Test. Can you hear me now? Thank you. So I'm getting myself set up uh, for killing Radon and getting his rune. Hmm. Yeah, Radon's my neck. Well, I'm going to have to beat Radon regardless of anything else. That's something that I have to do. Oh, nice. Yeah, so if you hold on, let me get to the top here. I'll open the map. I'm basically just doing a beeline uh, to the end, but I'm not skipping 100% of everything, right? So the reason I've touched these spots is for the um, lift, Dectus lift, so that I didn't take the back route. Not critically necessary, but I did that anyway. And I got there through the teleporter to here. And then this is just the standard route going through, right? I did Ronnie's stuff as far as I could without killing Radon, right? I have to get the meteor from killing Radon. And then this is straight to the fire giant. And what did I do here? This was, I went this route to go to, is it this one? Yeah, Wyndham Runes. I think it's Wyndham. No. It was Writhe Blood Runes as a way to skip to get the Moog uh, teleporter. So I haven't killed Radon yet. However, I am going to get the teleporter access. That's funny. 405, I think. That's also why they hit so damn hard. It's the one thing that's weird when you get to high level. Yeah, I've been streaming through. It's purely an issue of streaming through. This is what playthrough number 10. Next journey 9, whatever you want to call it. So because I haven't killed Radon, I can't actually go to his door up through here. It'll still be sealed. This is the by the way, the path you just saw is the fastest way to get to the tower for Radon's rune, but it won't let me open because I haven't killed Radon yet. But if you haven't done this yet, if you killed Radon and you haven't gotten his rune is the best rune, especially if you're later playthrough, when your stats are generally all like 40 automatically. You don't need a couple points in each stat. It's better to get Radon's rune because it specifically increases FP, hit points, and stamina. But that route, I don't know if you've seen it, but that's the shortest route to get to this spot. Instead of climbing all over the tower up and down and trying to figure out where the hell all the towers go, or ladders go. That one took me a while. So what I'm not sure of is whether or not I want to kill Radon now, or if I want to travel up into the hidden area. I'm thinking I'll go kill Radon. I don't think that it's... I haven't done Millennia either. I've done one of my playthroughs. I basically pushed everything as far as I could without Radon, and then I got to the point um, where I'll answer that question in a sec. I got to the point where I couldn't progress without killing Radon. There's a point where it basically says, you can't, you're not ready for this, basically. Um, okay, build. When you're level 400, the concept of build kind of starts to melt away. If you look at my stats, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 stats at 80, and mind of 80 versus 60 is not really a meaningful increase. You're better off putting them in other places. So I guess Dex int Faith is kind of the build. So the reason both int and Faith is specifically for this seal is the best seal if you have them both raised up really high. And if I really wanted, if I was into using spells, which I'm not, there's a staff that's also the best staff, scaling-wise, if your int and Faith are both really high. But it really now comes down to the rest of the equipment. This is the Ancient Dragon Lightning build. It's got the armor set, the Death Knight set, which gives you increased damage. And then Gravelstone Seal because it boosts Dragon Cult. Bolted Grandsax because it takes some advantage of that, but it has a good synergy. So I hope that answers the question. And if I really wanted... yes. However, even the best explanations are... When it comes to when they talk about soft cap and hard cap, you're welcome, they're incomplete because they don't talk about the last aspect. I have done, my last couple of playthroughs were heavy tank builds. Shield and weapon. And thrusting weapon. The super heavy tank builds, you want to have a stamina of 99. And, oh, thank you. Thank you for the GG. The reason is, with endurance set to 99, your weight keeps increasing. And weight becomes the most critical stat when you're trying to do heavy armor, if you're trying to avoid having a heavy load. And it's possible. You can use... it's obscene, but without any talismans for weight, you can use really heavy armor and be medium load if you are willing to crank your endurance up to 99. So they use the term soft cap in an unfortunate way because they use it to describe when diminishing returns begin. Right. It's diminishing returns, which you may already know, but I'll explain it because I don't know who else is watching. But diminishing returns is the idea that if you put one in, you get one out. Eventually you get to a point where you put one in, you get half out. Your return has diminished. It's gotten smaller. And so you reach the point of what's called diminishing returns. They use the term soft cap to imply, to describe when diminishing returns begins in stats. It's a simplistic way to view it and not a bad one, but it's not ideal, especially when you start getting to really high level stats. Then they talk about where, like, multiple diminishing returns, because there's a point where it starts to roll off, and then it rolls off more, and then it rolls off more. But a soft cap really should describe when the value of doing something starts to disappear, not just the fact that you're not getting a perfect, the sort of ideal return back. Then they talk about hard cap, and they'll say that hard cap is 80. It's not, depending on the stat. Going from 80 to 99 does give you something, it just gives you a lot less. That's not a hard cap. Hard cap is 99. You cannot go above 99. That's the hard cap. So, and for some stats, you may stop increasing the damage that you do, but you can carry a heavier load, for example. That's where having 80 to 99 really matters. Meow. Uh, I don't even know who Max Verstappen is. So, I don't know. Um, ask any questions you like if you have more. Um, oh, you're welcome. And a cat. I appreciate that. So I'm nowhere close to a dawn here. Um, I should go to here. Uh, your English is fine. I appreciate it, and it's very respectful. Thank you. What is your um, first language, if I may ask? Nico, what's a fun and good weapon for strength dex in build? There, there aren't really any weapons that are going to give you much for strength and dex at the same time. There are some, but not a lot. Indonesian. Very cool. So, I like this weapon, and you're about to see why. It suits this build as well. This is a dex-based weapon. And its range is obscene. So, it's a reasonable question. I have most of my weapons in my bank. In reality, Blasphemous Blade is probably the best strength dex weapon. Blasphemous Blade is probably the best weapon in the game. There's 1,000 other examples, and people talk about all kinds of stuff. Blasphemous Blade is probably the best weapon. Favorite weapon is a little bit tougher. Boy, what is my favorite weapon? Misery-Cord is probably my favorite weapon, but I don't use it as a primary weapon most of the time. I use it as a secondary weapon. Oh, I meant to go over there. Misery-Cord is the highest... Oh! Sacred Blade is the best Ashavor in the game. FYI. Go get it. Should be the first thing you get. Misery-Cord is awesome. It is the highest crit weapon in the game. It's super light. You can have it equipped and not blow your weight typically. And by doing that, what it lets you do is you can do whatever it takes to drop them, and then pull out the Misery-Cord and shank them for the crit effect. I think my highest crit to date is about 110,000 for a single shot against the Wicker Man in the DLC. Bloodhound Fang is an awesome weapon, without question. How do those shadows move? Isn't that creepy? The cloud cover. California. Yeah, Bloodhound. All right, this fight's going to be interesting. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Rats. Ha ha. Okay, Mike, that's a good question. What kind of playstyle are you doing? That's fair. I'm a little grossly overleveled. What are you, caster or melee? Strength, like straight strength. There probably isn't a single hit that you can do. I mean, are you doing all the things to activate your talismans? Right? Oh, hold on. I don't have. I banked most of my talismans. Hold on. So what you want is to get your attack power as high as possible, right? So that requires um, a bunch of talismans. So if you're doing, for example, um, not if you're not using guard, right, then guard counter is not going to do you much good. But if you can use jump attack to increase damage, you can use if you're using. Okay, this is an important distinction. If you're using a two-handed weapon in both hands, I tested this. Just because using a two-handed weapon does not activate this talisman, you have to actually be two-handing the weapon. Woo. If you're doing that, this talisman will increase it. Um, Roll back step increase, dash increase. This is DLC. I think the two-handed sword talisman I think is from the DLC. Um, if you're talking old school talismans, so you've got assuming you're doing a heavy build, right? If you're doing a light build, light load, but the two-handed weapon's going to screw this one up. Um, Raising attack power when HP's max. If you don't get hit, this is a great one for increasing your attack power. Successive attacks. This is another successive attack. So if you're jousting, this is not a very good item to use. Jousting is where basically you're like run, 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 smack, and then you run off. So like two horses, they joust. It's like one hit, and then they ride away from each other, and then circle back. If all you're doing is running, going whack, and then running off and dodging and rolling and dodging and rolling and whack, these talismans are no good. They're not going to do you any good. These are if you're actually standing toe to toe and swing. You trigger them, and they give you good attack power. This whole set, rot or poison in vicinity, blood loss in vicinity, madness, etc. All of these where is it? Yeah, these ones right here. In particular, this one is really good. You can give yourself poison on purpose to increase the power on this one. It's super easy to do. There's a pot you can use to poison yourself. And then the bleed one, there's an Ash of War that you can put it on your misery cord, for example. Give yourself bleed, and then you can use it, and then switch back to the weapon you really want to use. That'll increase attack power. The problem is that you're giving up stuff to do that. Yeah, that's uh, is it Gelabet? That's a great way to do it. But I wouldn't go. So this is where diminishing returns really starts to come into play. So when they talk about a hard cap of 80 for strength, I think for strength, 80 is pretty close to a hard cap. I don't think you get much of anything going up to 99. I wouldn't go past 80 on the direct stats like that. And you can test that actually. Here, watch. We'll test it right. Oh, I can't. I don't have any of my Dex is 80. Let me see here. So this is a weapon here that is Dex and Strength, right? But it gets its primary from Dex. This one is Strength, Dex, and Int. But this one is Dex. Well, my Dex is already 80. And so when you look at what you're getting from your stats, I actually want to look at, where is it, switch view? So this is the damage that I'm going to do with each of my weapons. What happens if I increase my Dex? If I increase my Dex and my where is it? See how my armament's going up 1 point? Right? So by getting my Dex to go up from 80 to, what's this, 80, 82? Oh, I should be on my, hold on. 80 to 85. So if I raise my Dex from 80 to 85, my damage is increasing by, here, look at these numbers here, right? 491 to 490 to 491, 757 to 761. That's the spear, the bolt of Grandsax. It's an increase of a couple of points. For 5 points of strength, in this case Dex, strength would do the same thing. For 5 points, I'm getting like 2 or 3 more damage. That's really not worth it. You're better off putting those points in survivability, in faith, so that you can use a spell that will increase your damage output. Is what I would recommend. I would not. 80 in those stats is where that happens, because it is an increase, but the increase is tiny. Here's something to consider, and I've talked about this a few times on my stream. When you're fighting a creature, you can think about, yes, I would allocate them into a stat that will give you more utility than the damage that you get from strength. So, for example, if you can get your Golden Vow cranked in, that's going to increase your damage by, what, 10% or something? That's way better than 3 or 4 points out of 700. That's like a 1% increase, 0.5% increase. If your faith is not high enough for Golden Vow, put the points into faith so that you can cast Golden Vow. Oh, thank you, Derek. I appreciate it. So, when you approach any game like this, not just Elden Ring, any game like this, you can approach it from the standpoint of how much points do I do? But you can also look at it from the standpoint of how do I win the game? At the end of the day, you win the game by beating mobs. Tepid, there is, but the Golden Vow you get from the archery is not as good as what you get from the spell. So what he's talking about is this. There's two kinds. There's a weapon art, and then there's the archery version. Maybe you can't give it yourself with a bow. So this, if you shoot this arrow... Wait, did I use the right arrow? Hold on. Oh, all right. Yeah, it's the wrong one. It's the great arrow. You got to use this one. Here we go. See how it gave me a buff? So it gave me this buff up here. That buff is not as good as the spell that you cast. It can do the thing for you, so don't get me wrong. It's better than nothing. But this is a way that you can get it. Something to Lord Sworn. I'm not sure... Are you saying the great sword? Yeah, most people don't know about the arrows. There's an Ash of War that does the same thing. Okay, yeah, actually, there is something about the Lordsworn Greatsword. It turns out it's actually... Spoiler alert, some of the games you get early game, some of the weapons you get in the early game are some of the best weapons in the game. In case you didn't know that. All right, 2 major considerations. Boy, we're doing an explanation run. I'm totally happy with that. I hope nobody minds. Okay, so again, I have to go back to the chest because I just banked a whole bunch of my weapons. Okay, so if you look at the Lordsworn's Greatsword, Noble Slender, yeah, Slender, and then let me get a... regular short sword. Okay, so check this out. Magma's great. Okay, so here's one of the things a lot of people don't actually know about this game. And it's a lack of training that happens in the beginning. And so I talk about this all the time, actually. So first thing is this. Let me get rid of that. Go back to what I had. I don't want to get into a fight and forget that I hadn't fixed any of this stuff. Okay, so when you're looking at your actual weapons, right? So take a look at the short sword. If you look here at the critical right here, it's 100. It basically just means that the crit is going to do 100% of critical damage. It may be that it's 100% damage extra if it's a critical attack. But basically, this is what gives you that crit. If you look at, for example, the Noble Slender. Sorry, I'm trying to do this from this because it's easier. But notice it's 110. So right there, if you're working off of critical attacks, if that's something you're doing commonly in the game, the crit is going to do more damage with this sword than the other one if all other things are equal. Lordsworn is the same way. It's 110. So if you start the game with a short sword and you never ever do crits, if that's something you never do, Lordsworn is only better if the stats are better. But this particular stat, crit, is one that really matters, right? Broadsword, for example, it's only 100. The difference is the broadsword from a damage perspective, these are both 25s, right? But it turns out that the broadsword does way more damage. So although it does, its crit percentage is a little bit lower, the damage is better. Now, here's the other thing to consider, and this one is really, really specific and detailed, and I actually have to equip these weapons to show you. So, oh, Misery Cord, by the way, is 140. That's why I said earlier it's the best one in the game. All right, going back. So, take a look at this. I'm going to just straight up put these 3 weapons... I'm actually going to put the Lordsworns, just for argument's sake. Okay, so from this angle, hold on, see if I can get this right. Do it like this. No, I want to do it like this. Here we go. All right. So notice, see how the tip is poking in to the column, right? So right there, see how the tip is kind of poking into the column? Now watch this. If I change my weapon, that tip's not in the column anymore. Weapon length actually matters in this game. It is actually used in how it does what it does. Whether or not you hit depends on weapon length. And then broadsword, same deal. So if you're looking for the longest one-hand weapon in the game that's a straight sword, you actually want to use this one, if that matters to you. And it makes it a good weapon, right? This is actually one of the best one-handers in the game. What it lacks is damage, which obviously is an important part of the game. But range may be what matters to you. That could be the thing that makes the difference between winning and losing, because the range from the boss. The Lordsorn's Greatsword is absolutely one of the best swords in the game. It just is, with the crit bonus that it has. The broadsword, it turns out, is the one that has the best stats overall, but it's a slightly shorter sword. So if you're doing a sword and shield build, this is a great one. The whole point to having a shield is that you're close enough to get hit, which means that the sword length isn't as important. So, something to think about. So, the Lordsworn, great weapon. You can finish the game with it, no question. I played almost an entire playthrough with a broadsword and a shield. I think I got to 1 or 2 bosses where it was just untenable, and I had to switch to a different build. But that's all something to consider. Weapon length actually matters in this game. Alright, Misery Cord. And Bolt of Grand Sacks. And then notice, see, that goes through the column and sticks the other way out. Oop. Yeah, Magma Blade is absolutely awesome. In fact, one thing you can do is you can pair... you can do a lava magma build. What you do for a magma build, and by the way, I one-shot Millennia with it on like playthrough number 3. I didn't expect to. I was really surprised when it worked. So you can do an entire magma build. What you do is you have the magma blade, and then you want to have the Gelmir Glintstone staff, and then whatever staff works with your stats. For me, it's the Prince of Death staff, but for most people, it's the Carian Regal Scepter. Either one. But Prince of Death staff, because of the scaling. And then what you do is you do a setup that's something like this. Instead of having this main hand, you'd have whatever offhand. But most importantly, you want to have the Gelmir staff offhand, and then your main hand would be whatever staff you're using that specifically has sorcery scaling. That's the key, is sorcery scaling. So you want to have the sorcery scaling main hand. And when you're casting your... Oh, and then your weapon would be the Magma Blade. So what you do is you basically run around like this. And if you just need to do basic casting, you use your Magma Staff. But when it's time for the big guns and you're really trying to do the caster work, you pull out your staff and you two-hand it. And what you're getting for that is the Gelmir Glintstone staff. Ooh, here we go. Nope, this way. Boost Lava Sorcery. So by putting it offhand, you get this boost. But then your main hand is where the sorcery scaling comes from up there. 430 is much, much better scaling. So you double dip in the bonuses. And Magma build is a ton of fun. Just FYI, Magma builds are a ton of fun. Your cornerstone spell in a Magma build is going to be... I'm getting to it. The key spell for that one is this one, Roiling Magma. And with Roiling Magma, what you do is you actually want to use it. There are two ways, right? You can hit things with it. Oh, here, let me get that put up here. This build is a ton of fun. Watch, I can get myself killed now. Oh, hold on, forgot some stuff. You want to switch to the fire version of this? I'm not going to do it. There's, the DLC gives you a lava or magma talisman. You can use the fire talisman. They will both boost it. You can then use the charged Godfrey's icon, which increase the power of charge spells. I'm not going to do any of that because I don't have them on me and I don't want to go turn around and get them back. So what you do, rather than trying to hit the creature... Oh, I hit him. Didn't mean to. You actually want to put it near him. Which I'm doing a very bad job of right now. Here we go. So the explosion does more damage than hitting him with a spell. And it'll get him all the lava. So you can hit, right? You can still use it that way, but that's actually not the ideal way to do it. What you want is to get him into the explosion. And see, that did 17k instead of 14k, but then I get the bonus lava afterwards. And then when it really matters, you can just hit him. If that happens to me too, I have no idea why. It'll just randomly freeze in the middle of... I could be running in a field or in the middle of a boss fight, and it just freezes for anywhere from half a second to 5 seconds, and then it just turns around and goes back. I have no idea why it does that. It's a mystery to me. I've wondered the same thing, and my system is a 9950 is it SDX or whatever, 128 gigs of RAM, high-speed M.2, high-speed M.2 drive that the game is on. I've got, what else? A 5080 video card. There aren't many systems that are faster than mine. Yeah, I don't know why. You're asking a good question. I wish I knew the answer, because it happens to me too. And it is absolutely not my system. I actually turned this process to be an extremely high priority process. So the system would prefer to give it CPU power instead of anything else. Didn't matter. The freeze would still happen. I don't know why. It's something in the game. Hey, Polydors. All right. Let me... Oh. So, the other thing is this... Oh, thank you, Polydors. So, this is the Magma Blade, and this is the special for the Magma Blade, is it puts that on the ground, which is enhanced by all the same things that enhances the spells. But notice, some people don't realize that some weapons actually have 2 skills in their skill set. So look, 1, 2. Do you see there were 2 different things? So keep that in mind, that some weapons actually have an add-on. In fact, here's one. Oh, yeah. That gives you a special... if you dual wield these, you actually have a special heavy attack. Not all weapons do that, by the way. This is one... Hold on, I may actually have this already. Let me see. I'm showing it to somebody else. Let me give you a better example that a lot of people don't realize. If you look at sword chest, hold on. All right. There are 2. Wait. Hold on. Actually, just stuck one back that I didn't mean to. I want you... These are all the lightning ones. I'm doing a lightning build. Or lightning setup is a better way to put it. Axes. Wrong kind of axes. Here we go. Death Knight. What was the other one I was going to show? Oh, Bloodhound's Fang. Alright, check this out. Alright, so... If you look at Bloodhound's Fang, I've actually haven't noticed people do this. So I'm two-handing it just so I can show the effect. Which actually reminds me, I don't want that anymore. All right, so watch the special. Most people do this. They go like this, right? And that's the attack that they do. But they're missing the second half of the action, right? If instead, right, you do this. Do you see that? Okay. This is a light attack. Watch carefully. This is a weird thing that not many weapons have. This is a light attack. This is the sequence. That's the special sequence, right? So, chop left, chop right, chop left, overhand swing. And then that's the thing, right? This is a heavy attack. See how there's a follow-through with it? 1, 2, right? So most people get that weapons have that kind of thing. If you just do the skill attack, you get this. So I'm playing on a PC. So I'm holding shift to make it a skill. Here's the skill attack that everybody knows, right? So do the skill attack. Now watch what happens. Instead, I'm going to click left, then right. Okay, so I'm going to first do I'm going to do the right mouse for heavy attack, then I'm going to do left. And watch what happens. Did you know your weapon did that? So that's something to keep in mind. Here's another example. If you use the Death Knight's twin axes, this one's crazy, right? Here's a special attack. But all it does is skip you ahead, right? If you two-hand it, right? But watch what happens if instead, so here's a heavy attack, right? So heavy attacks. Now, watch this. Did you know that Death Knight axes did this? So that's the same thing. You do the skill attack and then immediately do a heavy attack, and it does that. That's fun. It looks fucking awesome, doesn't it? The problem is, it sucks. For all that, it looks way better than it actually works. I've tried to use this thing 100 times, and it just sucks. You would think with an all lightning setup, I'm using the armor, I've got all the attachments, I've done all the things. The damage just sucks, which is really bad because it's otherwise a really cool setup. So, and then there are other ones, let's see, where... let's see, did I grab the giant one? I didn't. Alright, so here's one. Here's a special. Right? But the follow-up, there isn't one. Which bigger axe? The halberd? I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just curious. There's Stormhawk, which I don't have leveled up, but that wouldn't matter. Which... Death Knight's long half-axe. Oh, I haven't played with that one. There's also, for lightning, the Dragon Halberd. Let's see, Death Knight's long axe. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I wonder if the damage is good. um, there's also... where is it? So the Stormhawk axe, this is what Nephili Lu uses. But it doesn't have a special second. This is just what the skill is. And then there's... Where is it? The Dragon Halberd. No special second. Oh, yeah. There's, I mean, there's stuff you can do to completely amp this stuff up. The problem, remember though, that in some boss fights, the ability to do that may actually be greatly truncated by other factors. So here's another thing to think about. And this is somebody else showed me this one, and I was a doubter until I tried it, and then it was like, all right, this is gross. So the problem is, I don't think I can use the shields that actually... Yeah, I can't use the shields that we really do this with, which is one of these two. There's a build where you can use these, but basically you use Anspers. Use Anspers, and then... Hold on. Let me get out of here. Let me go back to my bolt. You use Anspers, and you just hold up the shield, and you basically just walk up to a boss and just go boink, 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 and just keep poking them until they rot. And if you do the full build-up, you can be a medium roll with, like, the heaviest armor in the game. It's pretty crazy. But this build is centered around the idea of doing... oh, hold on. Wrong spell. Oh, fingerprint shield and a pike with blood tax on it. And then you put no skill on the shield, and it's gross. That was one way to beat Radon. Consort Radon. Alright, where was I? Spells. Getting rid of that. I don't need Law of Regression anymore. That's all I need. Alright, the whole reason to doing this... That's okay. NG+8. Or am I on 9? NG+9. What if you use the shield that's actually a bleed shield? Favorite boss? Renalia? I'm assuming you mean, like, my favorite boss fight. Hate those dogs. Oh, crap, I picked up a bird. I wasn't paying attention. And that's what I hate about the birds. How's this guy still shooting at me? Oh, no way. Who's my summon today? Dung Eater. That works. Now, something you have to watch out for when you're using this is you tend to throw yourself over edges. Ah! Oh no. Oh no. Oh, jeez. Nope. I forgot to replace my staff. There we go. Now he's taking extra damage. There we go. Isn't that crazy? I'm actually here for a specific reason, by the way. Ah. There he is. Gotta love Dung Eater. One more in there. Paul, are you playing on PC or are you playing on console? Yeah, I'm on a PC. Yeah, I can't help people on console. Sorry, buddy. There may be other people, though, that are on console. All right, so let's see if I can't go make a fool of myself on Radon. Consort Radon. With Millennia and Mesmer, I think, tied for second. I will say this. Radon gets harder every new game until new games just don't, like, make it harder. Millennia, I think, gets easier as you go through new games because you have more tools in your toolbox. Mesmer gets also, I think, gets easier. So first playthrough, I'd have a hard time picking between Mesmer, Millennia, and Radon. On 8th playthrough, Radon, hands down, was harder. Oh, here, let me actually... That's just my little old opinion. Oh, you're welcome.
Champions, welcome. The stars have aligned. The festival.
Let's do some Radon.
Before we begin, allow me to paint you the full.
Don't need a full picture. Need a fight.
Now, we must make merry. Oh, gather to celebrate.
Something I did not know until my last playthrough, you can summon that guy to help you. He has one of those gold things on the ground. Something else that I didn't know, smithing stone, I think. Yep. Something else I didn't know is there's actually one of those little summon spots for Patches, if you've done Patches questline. And then you summon him to help, and he almost immediately leaves. He runs like a coward because Patches. All right. All right. Watch carefully some of the tricks that I use that will make this a little bit easier. Notice I'm lining up that set of swords with me. Oh, I mislined it. Ah. Here we go. So I'm a firm believer in getting help. So that's exactly what I do. See if I can't catch him with it. All right, let's get into this. Oh, you bastard! Nope. There's nothing wrong with help in the game. I don't get that. Look, play the game how you want to play the game. You know what I mean? I really think that's what it's all about. Hey, Chloe. The game was all the things that people do in this game. You're designed to play the game this way. None of this is a mystery. That's the whole thing that I don't... they designed it this way. Everyone's like, that's cheesing. It's not cheesing. The game's designed to do that. If you find out in the middle of a fight that, oh, find this little root right here and stand on that root, and then, you know, once you're on that root, then this effect won't work on you. That's cheesing the game. That's exploiting the environment. If they put a dragon at the bottom of a cliff and they let you stand on the top of the cliff and throw pots and shoot arrows and cast spells at it, why wouldn't you? It's crazy not to.
Ah, good. What a glory of the falling. I can't father. People are living. The path is not to knock round. Let's meet where we'll take up us. We'll go into my only purpose. The curtains right. Let me will go into my only purpose of curtains rising.
All right. There's Alexander. Make sure to talk to this guy.
Aye, one hit after that, and as such, as luck. If I and you know, who could expect? Just you wait.
This just makes sure that you can find him
Just you wait.
outside Volcano Manor. In that general area. It's actually a different place, but it makes sure you can find that. Now, one thing that I do once I'm done is, I don't know how many people actually don't know about this. It seems like every time I go here, people are like, wait, there's someplace there? Really far away, inside this zone area, there's a dungeon called War Dead Catacombs. It's up there. It is one of the most frustrating catacombs in the game. But it's got a couple of useful items in it. There it is, right there. Someone once came out on my feed when I was in the DLC. The ulcerated tree spirit at the end drops a couple of Opaline tears. What else? I think there was something else. Redmane Knight Oga, Radon Soldier Tears, Golden Seed. Yeah. It's not a critical one. But as long as I'm here, I like to come grab the teleporter and get the hell out. Castle Morn. Which one's Castle Morn? Remind me. Oh. Two questions. Yeah. As soon as I saw it on the map, I'm like, oh, that's the lion guy boss. So, are you using spirit ashes? And if so, which spirit ashes? Are you using the wolves? Have you leveled the wolves up? Or are they still level 1? Like, does he kill the wolves super fast? Or are they actually decent? Yes, I'm working on Ronnie's questline. You should level up the wolves a couple times, or that boss is going to chew them up. As an alternative, you can get... do you have other ashes available to you? I'm going to give you more advice. I'm just hitting the ashes first. Do you have... Okay, have you picked up the rot dog? So the rot dog, especially on a fight like that, can actually be a better companion. It doesn't have the same... The wolves' main advantage is the fact that they mess with the poise on the boss and they tend to send him into a knock state more often. The rot dog will actually give him rot, scarlet rot, which is a ton of damage. And it gives you the chance to kind of trade off with it because the scarlet rot keeps hitting the boss and it tends to attract the attention to the dog. But if you haven't leveled them up at all, that's going to make them definitely a tougher fight. Do you have the ability to level them up? Because you may not have done what you needed to for that. Oh, there's that freeze up. Okay, so I'll show you what you need to do. Give me a sec. It's super easy. It's not a hard thing to do. What you'll need to do is this. I'm going to camp this out here because showing this is actually going to take a little bit of work. Stick with me. I just need to pick a different character. Go through all of this. I talk about this thing. This is a level 9 character, and I talk about guard boost all the time. And now I'm going to talk about guard boost again. I'm derailing slightly because I want people to see this. Okay, I am using broadsword, which I purchased, by the way. You can buy it very nearby, and heater shield. This is the shield I started with in the game. Nothing fancy, nothing special. And I'll show you that in a second. Do I have... Yeah, I can. So, this is a guard counter. Put my shield up. You can guard counter with a weapon too, but I'm using a shield. I let him hit, and then immediately do a heavy attack. If you missed guard counters in the early game, which is something you should know how to do, it's time to learn. All right. I'm going to show you how to trigger that quest set. In fact, I'm going to go through it. I don't remember if I had or not. Yeah, people should... It's... I wish... Yeah. All right. Yeah, I have not done everything necessary, so... Keep in mind, it's level 9. So you got to be careful with the archers and stuff in here. Just like that. Get barriers between you and them. Pick up your golden seed, and what you're looking for is this shack. Now, you probably made it to this shack. However, I always rest. I don't know. Bad habit. I try, Gar. Thank you. Okay. Grab your stone sword and talk to her. She is involved in more than one quest line, so pay attention. Talk to her.
Only to have that, did you know? It's quite the...
Get the stance.
You're heading to entice. Well, that may... But I don't have... It's scary. I want to know nothing.
Okay, so keep talking. Okay, this is a quest line for much later in the game, and is required to enter one of the places that you can pick up a gear item. I'm just going to kind of leave it there.
It'll be glad.
So hold on to that.
It will. Tell them I love. I'm trying to get him.
And make sure you get to the pain thing.
Tell them I love. I'm trying to get in the hang of this whole
So
thing,
you want to get that far. Hey, Father Voden. Once you do that, now you're set up to be able to level up your spirit ashes, but there's still more to do. Hold on. Hold on, I need to think for a second. Yeah, we are talking summons, Father. There we go. That's what I wanted. Wild Strikes. Normally at this level I wouldn't run past everything, but I'm trying to get to a specific place. Oh, nice. Which summon did you use for that? What is this? All right. So, I'm summoning help because I'm not an idiot. When I'm level 9. I have no idea if I'm going to beat this guy or not, but I have to beat him in order to go to the Round Table Hold. So that's why I'm doing this, because the next part of that quest is in the Round Table Hold. It's going to be good stuff. I'm so going to die. Level 9 in this? I'm just not that good at the game. No buffs. Man, what is up with that? Oh, I'll take it. Even if I'm not the one that did it, I'll take it. Ow! So the wolves make a wonderful mess of things. I got greedy.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
I don't know if I'm going to get this. No, I misjudged the time. Uh-oh, it's just me. I got nothing. I'm toast.
Put these foolish
Yeah.
animals to rest.
Hey, Lone Warrior. We're doing okay. We're getting killed. All right, I got to play that a little smarter. Do I have any greases? Hold on. I forgot to check. Do I have any greases? I don't even have a talisman yet. Oh. Oh, man, I'm way early for this. Let me see. No, I don't even have any greases. Ah. Can I make any? No, I can't even craft yet. Man, I'm so early for this. All right. So, I don't think so. I think you have to beat that guy to go to Round Table Hold. Oh, now I have no choice. I'm committed now. Yes, this game will work on a PC.
Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Ow. No. Oh, we're doing okay. I got greedy. I don't have, like, I haven't done any of the prerequisite stuff to be at this point, so trying to beat this at level 9 is funny. More than anything else. I don't even think that I've leveled my broadsword. It's funny. I'm pretty sure... Yeah. Alright. Oh, alright. Let's see. If she'll send me to Round Table Hold now, then I'm good. Oh!
Forgive me. I've been testing you.
Thank you,
To
Jolabet.
see whether or not grace truly does guide you. And whether you are fit to face the It seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take gathering. Very well. Let my hand.
I thought you had to beat that guy. I guess you just have to get to the castle? That's new for me. Okay, well, I can now advance that quest line at least. Okay, so... Alright. Oh. You do have to beat her in order to get her to be here to talk to her. So I can get here, but I'm missing that second point. So what you'll do is, if you've done that quest with her, she should be standing here. All right? Talk to her until you get the repetition of the last thing. Then go talk to the blacksmith. Just come running in here. Talk to the blacksmith.
You're a new fan, no matter how you're... I see nothing special.
There'll be a conversation piece about
despite my decides.
about her, Roderica or whatever her name is. Run out of a conversation there. Then go back to her. Talk to her. Run out of conversation again. Go back to him. Make sure he's got no more conversational points. When all the talking's done and you're just getting the same stuff over and over again, go back to the table and rest. Come back. She should be gone. And she will be sitting here on the ground. And now you can talk to her about upgrading your Ashes of War. That's the process that you go through in order to be able to upgrade the Ashes of War. That's something you ideally would do at the very beginning. And that doesn't mean you have the items to upgrade it, but at least you'll have the ability. So you can then go and grab whatever it is that you're after. So something to think about. All right. Back to my other character. All right, back to the Eternal City. Okay. Oh, right in the head. Every other game on the planet, space bars jump. Whenever I play other games, that happens. Will it reach? Yes, it will. Surprise! There you go. I would have left you alone, but you had to shoot an arrow. By the way, these things on the ground here, this is the kind of item you want to upgrade your spirit ashes. They're two different kinds. Kind of like there's somber smithing stones and regular smithing stones. There are two kinds of those as well. What's the use for those items that I was showing? Or why am I doing what I'm doing? By the way, when you get to this point, one of the bell bearings you're going to want is right there. Oh, it's from the DLC. There's a armor set in the DLC that improves the Dragon Lightning set, or improves Ancient Dragon Lightning spells. So although I don't think the set actually helps that spell specifically, really? That's it. Those larval tears are worth collecting. Hold on, I'll show you. Oh, you're welcome. I look forward to seeing you back if you see me. Like and follow all the things, man. Be well. So, hold on. Make sure this thing's not following me. What is that? I've never turned around and looked before. Was ist das? A rune arc. I think I've missed that 8 times in a row. Isn't that funny? All right. So, Georgie, to answer your question as best as I can, this is the Death Knight set, which has a... It increases a particular set, lightning increase, incantation increase in general, charge spell increase, damage reduction. You gotta wear this. Now, I don't want to deal with my character with either the Bolt of Grand Sax or here we go. I don't want to deal with that guy with the Bolt of Grand Sax or the whatchamacallit. Here we go. So when the Mimic gets summoned, I'm going to fight a Mimic in here. Who's my helper? Yep. Dung Eater works. So when my Mimic forms, I want him to have these weapons. You can actually get even more tricky than that. So see how he has the axe and the bow now? Which is hilarious. Let's send him all over the place. Like that. Oh, I missed. Alright. I'm level 400. I will give you... Alright, I've given this advice. Are you being facetious? Keep in mind, I was just fighting a Mimic, which has the same... It's the same level that I am. So it's actually, from a hit point and resistance perspective, its stats are better than many bosses. I suspect you weren't here when I single spell killed multiple bosses earlier. Perhaps not. Okay. Piece of advice number 1 for the new players. Stop farming runes. Going back to kill a couple of mobs so that you get just enough runes to get that next level or the thing that you need, that's not farming, that's playing the game. Going and killing the bird so that you can just get a ton more runes, that's farming. Don't do that. There's no reason to do that. It doesn't actually provide you any real benefit. No. Okay. Blasi, is there any reason to go further? Not necessarily, unless you like playing the bosses that are really difficult with different builds. I don't have any like good explanation for why you should or should not play past NG+7. However, I will say this. Some of the bosses I found were substantially harder on NG+8 than they were on NG+7. I know that people say that if they're the same, okay, if you say so. But Consort Radon was hella hard. My last playthrough. Oh, bastard. Well, that's crazy. Okay, 3 things. 1, don't farm your way up. Ah, JS7. Okay, so exploration is how you learn. Try things. No, this is a caster build. I don't want to do anything close up. Everything I do is to try and not be close up, honestly. It's a fair question, but this playthrough, no. The last 2 playthroughs, I was using a sword and shield. Being close up was the point. This is a caster build. So if I can avoid being close up, I do. With some exceptions, right? There are some fights where I'll be close up because they're trivial. But no, I just assume not be close up. How does that work? Oh, there we go. Man. That's it. Oh. Come on, really? Again. So one thing that pisses me off about this spell, and it runs right off the edge. Alright, hold on. This is the wrong item here again. Always got to remember to do that. What's here? Runark, nice. Yeah. That's the Death Knight armor set. All right. I don't know why it does that. Aw, come on. It's a range problem. The reason that it's not working the way that I want it to is range. I'm doing this so that I don't have to deal with these guys later. Alright, I'm just going to work on getting down. I think that's a... red, I don't care. Oh, what is that right there? Oh, damn it. I feel like I have to go learn what that is. Ooh. Freaking me out there. Now watch, it's gonna be something dumb. Yep, something dumb. But this is not dumb. This is a larval tear. Those big living balls, that's what they give you. Larval tears. Oh, there's a dude there. All right. The whole purpose for me doing this whole little side quest, if you will, is up ahead. Got so many of those damn celestial dews now. Sound is messing with my head. Legendary. Okay. Sorry, JS7. Got focused, lost my train of thought, if you're still watching. Don't farm runes. Learn to play the game. Kill everything in front of you. Just learn how to sneak, hide, learn how to do sneak attacks, learn how to do guard counters, learn how to use your weapon in guard. So, hold on. Here's my weapon in guard, right? So if someone hits you, the guard will take some or all of that hit, depending on the weapon and various factors. If you have a shield, you can guard with it. If someone hits you when you're guarding, you can do what's called a guard counter, which is they hit you and then you hit them back. It's a super fast attack, so most mobs will catch it. The problem is they can have a shield and they can guard counter you when you guard counter them. It's kind of funny. It's like, ding, ding. It's kind of funny. These are all things ideally you learn early in the game. And if you learn how to do all this stuff, then a lot of the encounters, as long as you play smart, are pretty easy. You're going to watch a ton of guides that run past everything. Don't do that. Unless you want to be... what am I trying to say? Unless you want to be like level 20 and fighting things that you're supposed to be level 50 or 100 for, don't run past. If you do a full playthrough of the game where you get almost everything that you can do, you'll be almost level 200 by the time you hit the DLC. Alright, I'm done in here. If you've done a samurai build, what you have left... So there's melee DPS, tank DPS... I should say melee tank, melee DPS, and caster. And then in caster, there's incantations and sorceries. I would, if you did... A samurai is typically a DPS melee. If you like doing the melee stuff, do a tank. Get a shield and do a heavy tank build. If you like the... Hold on. I'm back to Ronnie. If you like the idea of doing caster, do a caster build. You can do a caster with a shield offhand so that you can be defensive. and take some hits, but still have a staff or a seal to do casting. And then I would focus on either incantation or sorcery. I wouldn't try and do both. Now, if you're doing it when you're already like level 100 something, get your faith up high enough so that you can cast this spell, Golden Vow. Golden Vow is bread and butter. You should be doing it anytime you're entering into a boss fight. You should have Golden Vow on. Reduces the damage you take, increase the DPS that you do. It's just the best all-around spell. So it was you and not Blythe. Come on. There we go.
Not blood. Even in my... It is in my thanks soon. My strange
that I
gift.
needed.
I am certain I must thank you, May. It was but... What I too am to... What I too...
Alright, so what that's going to do now is... I believe, kill this guy. Although maybe not. I have to go check. And open up a portal at Rena's Rise to get you further into the underground. I'm going to go check on Saluvius first. So remember I sent the thing back down again? That was so if I have to go back up again, which I don't remember if I want to do that or not. So that if I want, it's already down there for me to ride. I think this killed Saluvius. He may not be dead yet. If you're trying to do Saluvius' quest lines, you have to finish them. You really should finish them before this point in the game. Oh, and I learned something else. If you kill or try to kill the dragon that's in this area when you first get here, the bastard still runs away. I actually got him to 0 hit points. He still flew away, which is irritating. Yeah, Saluvius is dead. So had I been working on his quest lines, they would have been done. You can't advance his quest lines anymore. But for those that are curious, if you did the quest line to get Nephili Lu as a summonable helper, you have to actually do the thing that it takes to get her. You have to do this, but listen.
Please stop. You're my puppet. I loved you with all I have. How could you forget?
So he be dead. And whatever puppet will be here. So this would be, if you had finished his quest line with him alive, you could come down here and buy it from him. But once you get to this point, it'll be there. So I've got a few of these now. But this is who you go to actually get your Nephili Lu puppet, is this guy. Okay. So now, back up. Although, come to think of it, that's not where I want to be. Actually, I want to go here. I'm going to the third tower. The one that you're locked out of until this point in the game. Stupid chair. I found, by the way, let me answer your question again. I found the magma build to be a lot of fun. So here, travel to another location. I found the magma build to be a ton of fun. You have to learn how to cast the spell. If you don't learn the right way to toss the magma blobs with that build, it's really frustrating. But once you learn how, it's pretty cool. Pick up the doll. Now, I have this point. I don't need to finish all of this, but I will. Camp and have a conversation. Talk to Miniature Ronnie. Talk to Miniature Ronnie. Talk to Miniature Ronnie.
Oh, a dogged, or is it me? Fine. I hadn't expected. Now the perform, eliminate the name of I will not. Perform, eliminate the name of I will not.
Alright, just checking how much I have. So, remember in water, lightning does extra damage. And Dung Eater. Not in range yet. Jesus, that guy hits hard right now. Oh, not often that misses. There we go. Keep in mind, this is with Dung Eaters. There we go. Formic rock. There must be ants around. Oh, Dung Eater? Oh boy, that's a whole nother question. Alright, I'll explain it. Give me a sec. Let me get past this. Sorry, I'm in a focus moment. Maybe not. There we go. For you, I have this. Mine range here? Nope. Okay, Dung Eater Puppet. Alright, the Dung Eater Puppet is a result of doing the Saluvius quest wrong. Now, obviously it's not really wrong because it's part of the game design. So, Saluvius gives you the potion to gives you a potion to make, what's her name, a puppet? Nefali Lu. You can take that potion, and instead, if you follow the... Hold on. There it is. If you follow the Dung Eater quest line all the way to the point where he's back in the jail cell in a chair, like he's tied up to the chair, you go through his whole quest line to the point where he's back in the chair, and you still have that potion. You can't give it to Gideon, and you can't give it to Nefali Lu. You get to that point, you can give it to him instead. And he will then become a puppet that you can get from Saluvius. But you have to do all of that before you get to this point in the game, because Saluvius is now dead. Dung Eater as a puppet is absolutely obscene. He is viable deep into the game. That's what I was looking to do. That's not what I was looking to do. Bye-bye. Yeah, I don't care. Yes, and make sure it's a really easy quest line to screw up. So make sure to check out the guides that are out there, just to make sure that you don't mess up that aspect of it. It's super easy to do. Larval Tier. Yeah, it's super easy to mess up his questline. Notice he's actually the one that generates and drops those slimes. So if you kill him fast, you don't have to deal with that. And you know why? Ain't nobody got time for that. Ah! Give me range. It's like, why even have Dung Eater, but... why not? Yeah, if you've done the DLC, this is a build that you can do. Just FYI. Nothing that I'm using is not available, not something that isn't available in the DLC. For what it's worth. almost made a mistake there. There we go. Will it reach? Yes, it will. Of course. Alright. This is actually can be a tough fight if you're, well, not a tank.
Let us speak of the powers one of the demi. Each of us, which is when, but I would not. I stole, I would not. The two things and the bale. Even when I turned my Blythe remained, though he was created a vassal for, he was a colossal failure. Blythe and E.G. both. Art yet, that I must, another one. I've let's forget.
Right, and first we've got a bunch of these frickin' things. Aw, come on. And one more.
The two fingers, that Rani the witch cometh, to rend thy flesh with a fateful wound, ne'er to heal.
And now he's in the water.
Beautifully fought. My thanks. 'Twas more of a challenge than I envisioned. Now I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe and E.G. I love them.
Alright, so discarded palace key. Keep going until you get to the spot where you can camp before the Lake of Rot, and I'll just show you. You can, if you are so inclined, I will show you, get a suit designed specifically to help you survive the Lake of Rot. Okay? The mushroom set, but in particular the mushroom crown, is better. So mushroom crown, and then in each set, grab a piece of the mushroom stuff. And what you're after... hold on, let me... I'm ahead of myself. So I've got that spot. I need to go back to Renalia's chamber. That key that I just received is what opens this chest.
My sweetings, come out.
That gets you the Dark Moon Ring, and that's what lets you pass the seal to get to Ronnie's area in the map.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence he hide.
Lake of Rot. Now, what you're after is the highest possible... there are two things that you want to do. One, I find it better to use the spell to clear rot than anything else. So we're going to memorize Cleanse Me. We're going to switch to the mushroom set. And that will get us a ridiculous... Where is it? There we go. A ridiculous robustness, or a immunity, I think it is. Oh, because I'm on my 8th playthrough, and I don't need duplicates of anything. Normally I would, like, if I look at my inventory right now, I think they're key items. Larval tears are always useful, so I pick those up all the time. But I guess they're not here. All right. They were here. The seeds. I have, I guess the, oh here, I have 87 golden seeds now. And 22 sacred tears, if that's what you're asking about. I'm already maxed out, just like with the shadow tree and the spirit ash. These are all maxed. So when I pick them up, they just go into my inventory. I can't even pick up these ones anymore. They just go into storage. There's no, you top out at how many you can use. Alright, and I can go to a talisman, and I think it's robustness. Oh, anyway, my numbers are plenty high already. So, and then I set myself up to be able to cast Flame Cleanse Me, and it will slow the buildup of rot. And that's really what I'm after, is I just want to have to cast that spell. I want to cast it less often. And the mushroom set is what gives you the most, it's the highest robustness in the game. Normally this fills up super fast. So remember earlier I said there were 3 things? The second thing is not running past stuff. I'm talking about your first playthrough. Once you've done everything, why? Just, you know, if you've already done everything, there's no reason not to run past stuff, because the runes you're going to get from killing random trash is not going to get you levels. It's boss kills that are going to do that, and the big runes that you get in certain places where you get, you know, huge amounts, for example. Alright. Now, back to our regularly scheduled armor. Oh, alright, that was closer than I like. I'm too high up, I need to go a little further down. Pop into that little slot. I think this should reach. Oh no. That was dumb. Oh, he lived. That's no good. There we go. See how much faster that builds up when I don't have that gear on? It just makes the run a little bit less painful. If you don't have the gear, it's not worth getting. You just cast that spell more often. Now, one of the nice things about Dung Eater as a summonable is he's actually aggressive and useful. There are ones you can summon in here that they just stand around doing nothing. He tends to get business done. He tends to get into action. But, having said that, I'm going to go with Dragon Priestess. Pretty sure it's still out of range. Yep. Ouch. What? No! Ah, spell didn't go off. I'm losing my lightning damage. One spell, come on. That's what I wanted. Oh. Nope. Oh no. I did not play that right. Thank you for the shares. Ah, come on. Get this over with. What? Oh, and that was 1.3 million runes. Not really sure what actually hit me there. Just sort of random. So what I'm trying to do... Hey, Megan Nolson. What I'm trying to do is to hit it with a big spell to make its health go down really fast. And I'm, like, avoiding doing smart stuff in order to do that. Which is my bad. Ah, no. No, boo. Horse crap. Boo. Aw, oh, crap. Nothing. Man, this guy just will not get in range of my spells. That's killing me. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. Well, it's considered to be dead. Alright, I got the runes for it at least. Just cost me 1,000,000 runes. Ah, wasn't even half a level. The worst part is I have to run across the damn place. I'm okay, Megan. How are you? If this is leading to the attempt to trade Discord and everything, and to try and sell me artwork, not interested. You can stop. I started off as a wretch. Oh, nice. Oh, level 60. That's great. Those are great levels. In that range, you get to enjoy the game the way it was designed to be played. Right? When you get to the level that I'm at, two states exist. You're just absolutely annihilating everything in front of you, which has its amusement, right? But it's nowhere near as interesting as playing the game as a dungeoning, sneaking around, doing cool stuff. Or something is just absolutely atrociously difficult and just beats the crap out of you constantly. It's a very different kind of experience. I will give you an example shortly. That boss was actually one example, but I will give you an even better example just up ahead, because I'm about to fight a dragon. And if it goes the way it did the first time I fought the dragon, well, you're about to see. So I'm going to get all this back. Don't need that anymore. Alright, so I am going to not use her. I'm going to use Dung Eater. There. Once you get higher level, the class doesn't really matter. The class is really a starting kit that just kind of gets you set up. Alright, so Dung Eater. And I'm going to buff him. I'll buff myself shortly. Once the dragon appears, there he is. Buff. See if I do this right. I didn't do it right. Damn it. Shoot. That's going to cost me a lot of extra damage, I think. Aw, oh, come on! Ah! It is. So, focus on playing the game. That's all. Not leveling, not rune farming, not perfecting. Focus on learning the aspects of the game. Just have fun with it. Explore, go to the instances, check them out, make it a dungeon crawl. Just do that. Forget all of these, like, follow this YouTube video and we'll get you the best items possible in your low level. This item has been beaten at level 1 with a club and no summons. It's possible. There's another guy, Father of Odin, comes up on my thing pretty often. Just did a playthrough, or is working on a playthrough, where he is a 0 damage level 1 character with summons. And that's it. All he does is summon mobs and let those mobs solo the bosses. And then he just heals and does support. That's it. Yeah, I would... There's only a dozen quests. So there's not a lot of questing built into the game. And all of the questing is built into the lore and into getting things. So in order to get Dung Eater as a summon, his character name on TikTok is Father of Odin. I don't know that he's streaming, but it's pretty cool. He pops in, he'll talk about it every now and then. He may be watching right now, I'm not sure. He was on earlier. The questing is what leads you to some of the best stuff in the game, which I think is actually pretty cool. And I'm not going to do Dung Eater. I'm really trying to get... what I want is for the dragon to pay attention to my summon, not me. So this guy's really good at pissing stuff off. The problem is he's also really slow, so I have to summon him at the last second, which actually reminds me I'm probably going to do this now. Just so I can survive up to that point. For example, if you want to get Dung Eaters to summon, you have to do a bunch of questing. And it's actually, you have to do multiple characters' quests. If you want to get the best sword in the game, what is kind of the best all-around sword in the game, you need to summon, you need to do questing in Volcano Manor. What? That was crazy. I also tried to roll that out. Yeah, when you give him the potion, I think you have to, like, exit and come back immediately, and then his pile of crap is there. Something like that. Alright, that was nuts. That was absolutely crazy. Lightning incantation. Come on, big guy. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. So, my point to playing the game was not to... That's how you get a Duelist Moonblade, one of the best spells in the game. You get to a point in the game, which is where I'm at right now, where you have a different set of goals. It's not about beating a boss. That dragon's easy to beat at this level if you do the smart things. I don't want to do the smart things. I don't watch his health bar go... That's what I want to do. To me, that's what, at higher levels, what makes the game fun is not, you know, killing bosses that are ridiculously hard. Now, there is something else. Hold on. I'm basically done with Ronnie's questline. I'll show you in a second. So, but these Starlight Shards are actually kind of useful, so it is worth picking them up. They're what you use to buy the puppets from Saludius. That's the currency that he uses. So in that way, they're useful. But you can actually use them in a fight to cause mana regen the same way that you get health regen from other items. The problem is there is no other good way to get mana regen. So picking up these is what kind of makes that worth doing. Oh, thank you for the rose. Now, the harshest boss in this game is gravity, so pay attention to where you drop. That is a hard-learned lesson. Keyboard mouse. Burp. And this is the end of Ronnie's questline, or the setup for the end of Ronnie's questline.
So perhaps I am pleased. I go now, I bid thee, and one soul is.
And then, this is where you pick up the Moonblade. Or, Great Sword, sorry, Dark Moon. And then, I will show you one other thing that you may or may not know. I did not know this through my first many playthroughs. And there's a particular creature that is my most hated creature in this game. It was. Now, it's just sad. And that is those little wraith things with a million legs, the centipede. They're gross. Anyway, I'm about to show you one. But watch this. See right there, that smoke in the ground? That's how you know that there's one nearby. Heal spell. Heal spell. How many of you knew about that? Yep. Here, look. Works on these guys, too. Hold on. Oh, here, they're up around here. Yep. Any healing spell. I'm using heal from afar, but any healing spell will work. You're welcome. And you know that place in the Halig tree, right? Hey, Sykes. You all know that place in the Halig tree where there's a whole bunch of them all along the bottom there? This trivializes that. You're like, do-do-do-do-do. Oh no, it is only a healing spell. It only damages those creatures, the wraiths. That's it. It's the only damage that it does. It's very specific to those. It's not heal from afar. Any heal spell will do. Any of them. No, because it doesn't work with most undead. You'd figure that, like, that would be an undead thing, but it's not. It's only specifically those creatures. And even your most basic heal spell will do it. Anything that causes you to get healed will do damage to them. It just, once you get heal from afar, it's the only heal spell you need. You can use it locally by just doing this, casting it on the ground at your feet, or you can hit something with it. You can also, by the way, for those that don't know, as long as the spell effect is still there, so here, I'm casting it and it's going to hit the tree, right? So if I cast it, hit the tree, but then I follow, see, it healed me that time. So as long as you get to it while that thing is still, like, collapsing, it'll heal you. Anyway, I don't have any particular reason to still be up in this area. I was just trying to do her little bit of the quest line. Another thing also that, yeah, Great Heal works too. With the only problem is they have to be in the healing area, so you have to get close to them to use Great Heal. So what you do is you see where that spot is, where you know they're going to pop up. Just run straight over to it and immediately cast Heal. As they're popping up, it'll hit them, and then just immediately cast it again. 2 casts should do it. But watch your mana. Watch your FP. Okay, what was the other thing that I was going to do? Hold on, I'm thinking. Fia. Fia's questline. So in here, there's Blide. He's mad. He's big mad. He's big mad. I don't know. I find that to be believable, but I don't know if that's true. It certainly would make sense, because how would he know that you are maidenless when you first get out? All right, hold on. I have a bad feeling I'm about to fight Blade. So here's what's interesting, is there's all these assassins, and the question is who sent them? Right? These are the lore points that I think are not well explained in the game. Well, here's the thing. I don't know what he has to gain at all by making you maidenless, right? Because someone has to come along and teach you to level, or you're not going to know how, right? And I'm just trying to think through. So Melina makes more sense because she's the one that wants to become your maiden, or offers to become your maiden. All right, I do not want to go back down there. All right, so never mind that. Done in here. What was next? Iggy.
Oh, there. Have you heard? Along the... It would not, as Lady... You... Unthinkable. How did he break free from his... No. Blythe became a curse that plagued Lady Rani. Yet even in madness, gave himself to her. I've made a grave misjudgment. I'll catch up with you soon enough, when I do.
Now we camp and come back. And look, more bloody fingers. Not bloody fingers. Poor Iggy. The question, though, is... It's really a Moog thing. I'm not sure... Oh, yeah, Siofa River's fun, Sykes. I'm not sure where in the storyline it makes... So, Vari killing your maiden gives you the ability to get the item you need to be like a follower of Moog, but you're stuck at level 1. And that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? You'd think that he would slaughter your maiden after you learn all that stuff. So, I'm not sure. I'm not big. There's another YouTuber who made a bunch of lore videos that are good listen. And she does a good job of explaining a bunch of this stuff. Much better than I ever could. And what I know comes in no small part from the videos of hers that she's made that I've watched. There are multiple maidens out there, and I don't know why he would do that. It just doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Because Vike's maiden was killed. I don't know why. That's the one by the Madness Tower, and that's the second maiden that you can use. There's one that should have been yours, right? That's the first one. There's Vike's, which is the second one, and there's a third maiden somewhere that you can use to get the bloody rag that you need to finish the Vari questline. But I don't know what it is that kind of leads to that. It's an interesting question. All right, I've pushed her questline until end of game. He doesn't ask you to kill them. He asks you to get blood from a finger maiden. And killing them is certainly one way to do it, but there are multiple finger maidens that you can get. If you go to the belfries here. So here's one way to get it. If you didn't know this, for those that don't know, if you need to find a maiden, there are 2 of them that you can get. Run up here, open this chest, get the imbued stone sword key. Then come down to this belfry, which I think is number 2. Come down to this one, stick it in there. See, it's already got the one on top. Right, so you put your thing in there. The way you know is this says Precipice of Anticipation. Travel to that location. And this will take you back to the beginning of the game. If you didn't kill that creature, now you get to fight it again. I've already done that. You cannot summon Torrent. But just go backwards. What's going on, Mackenzie? Where are you stuck? I know a Mackenzie. So just backtrack all the way back. And there's the entrance you came through. Oh, let me give you some hints. One sec. Go around this way, go through this door. There'll be a lootable right here. Loot that. It's for a quest. And then there's a chest here. This gets you an ash, a spirit ash. Hop the rail. And here's the maiden. And what you do is you'll have an option to dip the rag in the maiden, and that's where you get the bloody rag. Which is... everything. I think everything's a key item, and it seems to never be. Alright. Maybe it's here. No. Well, anyway. I'm pretty sure you get to keep the item once you get it. I just don't see it here right now. Yeah, whatever. You get the blood-soaked rag, and that's what you're using. Okay, Mackenzie, let me show you something. Stick around, stick around, stick around. I'm going to show you something easier than a simple parry. Okay, level 9. I'm not going to... At level 9, I'm not going to keep trying to beat this boss. Well, I may, just not right now. What I am going to do is I'm going to go back to the map, and I'm going to go back to Church of Ella, because this is a great place to practice doing stuff. Okay, so I'm using... This is Vagabond was the kit that I chose, so I have the Vagabond armor. I have a shield, and I have a broadsword. The broadsword is a purchasable straight sword. It's the best straight sword that you can use, and you can buy it at the beginning of the game. You have a katana, stick with it. I just don't have a katana. If you're not using a shield, you don't have to have a shield to use a guard counter. I will two-hand this just to show. Mackenzie, are you playing using a controller or a keyboard and mouse? Okay, so you're going to have to translate what I show you into a controller, and I'm sure people on my feed can tell you what the equivalent is. So first, you need to be able to use a guard, right? So this is a guard with a weapon. Two-handed. This is a guard. Hold on. Oh. Actually, this won't work. I can't show you one-handed guard. So two-handed, here's a guard. Right? This is the special attack that I have on this broadsword. But this is a guard. What I'm going to do is what's called a guard counter. So when he attacks... He's going to bang off my sword. And I still get my crit in. So you start with a guard, you wait for them to hit, and then you immediately respond with a heavy attack. Yeah, you have to wait for them to hit you. Not all attacks can be guard countered. Many of them can. Here's the danger. If they're going to do a chain of attacks, these guys don't, which is why they're good to practice on. If they're going to do a chain of attacks, they're going to keep doing that chain, and if you try and lower your guard, right? So look how much damage I take when he hits me here, right? And then when I drop my guard, he did more damage, right? See how he did a chain of attacks? So Great. Like everything I wanted to say just happened. So if you watch, sorry, it was really fast. He did 1, 2, 3. He did 1, and I immediately went to do a guard counter. The problem was that he was still in another attack, and so he still hit me, even though I went to do my guard counter. And that breaks your ability to attack. So it's not just a freebie all the time. No, that's not true. You can parry anything that has a projecting attack, or that has a melee attack that isn't otherwise a grab or a special skill or anything else. It is very difficult to know what the timing is to do parries. But you can parry, I believe, anything as long as you know. The problem is that if you watch, so here's... I'm really bad at this, by the way. This is a normal parry. I'm really bad at them. Let's see if I can't get it right. So any of those attacks can be parried. No, that's okay. Any of those attacks can be parried. For these guys, any of those attacks can be parried. The timing is just really hard. The bigger the shield, the slower the shorter the timing that you have. They call them frames because the way they describe it, but the shorter the window you have. So if you have a buckler, it's easier. Oh, yeah, you don't have to just, like, come in like that. You can be sitting there like this and then throw a parry out. However, here's the catch, okay? This is the thing. So this sword has a special attack, right? This sword has the stomp, right? So this is what I would do for that stomp attack. Now, I added stomp. It's not the normal attack this weapon has. So this is an Ash of War that I added. But this is the attack that it has. The problem is, if I pull my shield out, right? So now I have my shield. If I go to do that, instead, I get this. Which means I lose that special unless I quickly switch, right? Oh, switched the wrong one. Unless I switch, do that, and then immediately switch back. And that's just, I find that to be unwieldy and difficult. If, on the other hand, you have a shield, yes. So Lo-Fi is saying exactly what I was going to say. So there is an Ash of War you can get for shields called No Skill. And if you put that Ash of War on a shield, it will give you the ability for the shield to do nothing, and instead you get the attack of your main hand weapon. So, but then you lose the ability to parry. I'm actually NG+9 now. Oh. Oh, I added a charge. Cool. I'm level 9. Yay! Do I have enough to level? No. So, it's something to think about when you go to apply an Ash of War. Actually, I was just watching someone who was fighting Millennia, and they didn't know that they could put an Ash of War on their own. They kept going back to the blacksmith. So, if I picked an Ash of War, there's one of these would be called No Skill, and I could add it to the shield, and that would give you the ability to not have a skill on the shield. And to get it is actually pretty easy. I don't have enough money to buy it, but there's a guy that sells it right... I haven't found this spot yet, but it's right about, is it here? Somewhere in this area right here. Somewhere around in here. I don't have the exact spot. Somewhere, maybe it's here. Somewhere in that area. There's a shack. Oh, yeah, okay, so wet blades. If you didn't know... when you go to apply, let me see, an Ash of War. Right now, I just have quality and standard, right? So the difference is that quality, notice it's changing what the bonuses are. And what you want to do is add up these numbers. 120 versus 132. 132 is better. That's the one that you want to use. That's really what it boils down to. You also want to look at the guarded damage negation. This can change too when you do that. Now, here's the deal. I'm level 9 on this character, so I'm going to show you something. This character hasn't done it yet, so you're actually going to see me do it. I'm not... bleed affinity is only if you're actually going for a bleed build. I think Frost is better, in my humble opinion. Because Frost build-up, once Frost is built up onto a creature, you'll start getting bonus damage. Frost is good against everything. Now, see that hammer? He's going to bust through this shield really fast. Watch your stamina. Notice, that's why I'm running away. Yeah. Even when you play as a first level character, you don't really ever get that. So I suggest get in a sneaky position and drop down here. If you didn't know this place was here, come to this, open this up, and you'll get your first wet blade. And that's what lets you put quality on a sword. There are other wet blades that you can get. Each one progressively gets you a different affinity. They're all good, but each one gets you a progressive increase in affinity. If you're still early in the game, well, let me get torrent out. Ow. There are a few things you can grab pretty early in the game that are pretty damn useful. Don't go to Kaled. Don't listen to them. It doesn't matter. The affinity, the frost buildup is going to be stacking because you're hitting them. I would suggest early playthrough, I'd use a katana. All things being equal, I would go with a katana as a first playthrough sword. Oh, yes. You got into a trap, didn't you? There's actually a much worse trap to get stuck into. That one you can actually escape. There's a much worse trap. Okay. If you want to do some early game stuff that might prove to be useful, here are a few things to consider. One, get into that trap. What you want to find is there's a specific cookbook that will let you learn how to make crystal darts. And let me see, where is that cookbook? Give me a minute to find where the cookbook is. Okay. Hold on. Okay. All right, I'm going to show you a bunch of stuff on my level 9 character. First thing is that I don't want to level because I want to keep my runes. 2, I'm going to show you... hold on, let me... Sorry, I'm playing with Windows on my alternate machine here. Okay. I'm doing things at level 9 you really shouldn't do. See if I can at least be a little bit smart. Oh, let me do this Cully guy. Oh, I already did that. Never mind. Oi, Kali. Come here, you bastard. That's a good Ash of War, by the way. Oh, run away, run away. Is that guy gone? All right. These guys. This is the best early game farm, in my opinion. The catch is, you want to get this guy first. The guy that's on the horse will cause you a bunch of trouble. And the way to get him is jousting. So if you don't know, you can do a hold heavy attack. And then swing the blade from horseback for a bunch of extra damage. Ah, missed because of the rock. But watch your stamina. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Dang it. I missed. Ow. Alright, now that that guy's dead, the problem's mostly over. So, oh no! That dude with the torch is actually the biggest enemy. Oh, and killing these guys, by the way, is one of the ways to get that. I talked earlier about a particular sword that you can get. So if you can pick up the brass shield that those guys drop, it's actually a really useful shield to have. By the way, I need all these runes to buy the thing that I want to buy. So I'm picking up all this crap. They have two swords that those guys can drop. The Noble's Estoc, which is decent, and there's a Noble's Blade, which is actually one of the best straight swords in the game. Oh. Yeah, he did not have it. Uh-oh. Going to take a little while, but I promise these guys give 1,000 runes each. Ah, he actually got me that time. Man, I just keep making that mistake. This is what you're after. Because this will actually do some decent damage. And there's your 1,000 runes. Now, you gotta be careful. Once you knock those guys, they're chain breaks. And so they stop being chained up to the wagon. Oi! What the hell? So now he's free to run. So I do not want to play with that guy. Unless, well, you'll see. So this is jousting. And there's 200 rooms right there. Don't want to forget those. Alright. Now I've got the runes that I want. Let's see. I could level a few times, but that's not my goal. Instead, what was I working on? I had a porpoise. I was showing something. I needed runes for it. Oh, crystal darts. Now I'm remembering. I'm picking up a couple of the points. Alright. We are instead going to go... here. Watch this. What, Mackenzie, what level are you right now? Sorry if you told me that previously. Oh, thank you for the love, Mike. Ignore the bats. Ignore the bats. Did I miss my... Hold on. I did miss my... Here we go. You go to this bridge. Okay. So, you're still in the level range that I'm in. Head this way. Did you see how I just got to where I am? So you can get to... There's a cookbook there. We want cookbook 11, but 7 ain't bad. That one gives you... Staunching Balthuses. Rainbow Stone Arrows I don't find to be terribly useful. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Then, hold on. Here we go. We've got this guy. Now we follow this around. So this is the skip for Stormvale Castle, which is what I'm doing right now. And it gets you to Lunary of the Lakes. Or whatever it's called. LOL. Little old lady. They usually run off an edge, or the bats get them. Or wolves. Okay, this gets you to the other side of the castle. Yeah, gravity. It's the only enemy you can't beat. You can talk to your buddy Thops.
You're Tarn, believe it or not, for a... Well, you're a true... My name, presuming you only...
None of these are good spells. Don't need them.
Apollo, I'm afraid... Oh, right. I can tell you, you've seen that. That's the only it's doors. After they declare the academy, as you might have guessed, making entry to, and so on. When they come... Why? Without one. And you'll never... And if once you've... Would you come... I know it, but still... Find without one. And
You can actually find 2 keys. Ooh. Glad I stopped that. Did not want to buy that spell. Not yet, anyway. Alright, so... Come through here. Again, just level 9. No add-ons. Nothing. I have a purpose, I promise. This is the merchant that I want. He actually sells 2 really good items, but one of which you can get in another place, I think. I think he sells that item. Find out in a minute. Alright, so this is what we're doing. When we get to this guy... Oh, I can do that. Alright, when we get to this guy... Hello.
You surprised no matter. Why don't... Oh, but don't... Oh.
Purchase. This Nomadic Warriors cookbook. Buy this. If you ignore most other cookbooks, buy this one. Worth it, hands down, 100% of the time. Oh! I'm short by 70. Hold on. Well, I will show you why. Purchase. Lantern. Lantern is like the most useful thing in the game. Most useful single item in the game. In my opinion. Alright, so. Danger zone. I want to pick up the map. And I'm probably going to die for my trouble. But I only have 130 runes. So if I do, I'm not too worried about it. I don't know if I got it or not. I don't have the heal spell to keep myself alive against these guys yet. If you had a heal spell, it would be much easier. Alright, so why that spell? I really want to grab that. I missed it. Dang it. Try and get it back. Come on! It's because somebody put a stupid message. Did you see that? Somebody put a message right beneath that map fragment. I hate it. They should ban people that do that. They should... Oh, that makes me so pissed. That's why I can't loot it. Is because it keeps opening that frickin' message. Assholes. Why do that? I hate it when people do shit like that. It's just griefing, that's all. Oh, it's funny. It doesn't change the fact that it's also griefing. Alright, I'm just trying to get away from those guys. This was not NG+8. This is not NG+8. This is a level 9 character. Just to be fair. Okay, so... trying to get away from those guys so I could... Oh, there's another 200 runes. Ah, come on. There we go. Alright. There's a whole bunch of other stuff I could do and show you. That's not what I was trying to do. So we're coming back to first step. I promise I'm about to show you the rest of this. Something you can do early in the game. That will make your life much easier. Oh, here. I hate this guy so much.
Oh, before I fear you, I don't. Why not? Ah, then to join them with the. They are.
Alright, I'm done with him. Man, I tried to beat that guy so many times when I was low level. And then I found out I couldn't use the axe. 11 in chat, nice. Alright, so. Now, remember that trap that sent you to Caelid that's absolutely mean? Eight. Oh, well. Alright, well, you're about to see it again. If you listen carefully, these guys actually talk. Hate those rats. Alright. Here's the trap. It is brutal that they put these traps so early in the game. But at least this one you can get away from. There's another trap, if you haven't found it yet, that if they put you into that trap, you're locked. Until you beat a very difficult creature at low level. You're stuck. You can't leave. I only farmed the Windmill Village once, just to get the rare item. Alright, so now I'm in here. Here's what you do. Watch my path. I'm going to go around the corner down here, running past, and I'm going to be looting the whole way. The catch is, you got to survive that guy. Which I'm probably not going to do. because his threads will fly right down that tunnel. Now, this is what gets me... I can rest, get the health back. What rare item? I don't think so. It's just this weird fork. So for those that don't know, now that I'm outside, I can actually transport around again. First time you come here, there's something you can do. I suggest you keep moving in the process, and it's this. Follow this left line around, and there's that lootable right there. The problem is there's that dog. Get that lootable, if you can, and get this swamp point. The dog's probably going to kill you. If he doesn't, that's great. Oh, I wouldn't farm runes for that. None of those things are worth it. I don't... At least that's my opinion. I could be totally wrong. So that dog is actually a great summons. This one, the Rotten Stray Ashes. In some ways, it's better than the wolves. Honestly. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to this tunnel. I do this on purpose. And you'll see why in a moment. You're going to want to spend a little while doing what I'm doing. And this is connected to why the Stray Ashes, or why that book, Cookbook 11 that I wanted to get. So just do the same thing, except this time run up around here. These guys ignore you until you loot their crap. Grab as many of these little things as you can. So, this is what I have now. Oh, I can't craft. I haven't done that part yet. Okay, so what I'm gathering are these crack crystals. I can't... I need more money. I need more runes. That's okay. I didn't pick up the crafting stuff that I need. I'll go get that next. It's not expensive. You pick it up from Kale at the beginning of the game. You can even just go to this part, where you just go to here. And you want to pick up... I'm not going to farm these for a lot of time. But, again, I'm stuck not being able to teleport, see a little cross on there, until I walk outside. But we've already done that, so I'm going to do that now. Walk outside. Now I can teleport back to here. And again, I'm only level 9. I don't even remember what stuff I haven't done yet on this character. So I can then go to this guy.
Wait, well, you're back.
Purchase. I want to get this kit. So I need 300 runes. Conveniently.
For now.
Conveniently. I have one of these.
What is it?
Purchase. This is the crafting kit. So now...
I'm glad you took my warning to heart. You've made an
Now I can do item crafting, and most importantly, I can make crystal darts. And I'm going to make as many as I can. But why? The reason is actually quite simple. Where am I going to find these little bastards? I have not played other Souls games, although I'm considering it. I think this is one of the ones that I want. We're about to find out. So, is this one that has these little imp bastards? This is. Alright, so pay attention to the imp. Okay? I'm going to hit him with 2 crystal darts and watch what happens. Ah, I hit him with 1. See that? How he just did that? He stood straight up for a second, and look what happens. It makes them go berserk, and they become an enemy to everything. There it is again. Now, if it's just a single one, you can do it to shut them down for a moment. But... yeah. So if there's only one in a room, it's not terribly useful except as a shutdown item. But if you know there's 2, you can actually use them to manage each other. So here's the thing. It's not just they hate each other. They become enemies of everything. So if there's anything else in the game... See? They don't just... It's not the one that goes crazy. Everything attacks them too, see? So if there's other mobs in the area, they'll start attacking each other. And that's what crystal darts do. So... But here's the most important thing. You know those big giant cat things that are an absolute abomination to the game early on? Works on them too. Now, it only... There we go. Do I have a bow? I don't. Ah, without a bow, this is a pain. Alright, so... Do I have the range that I need? I don't want to waste those on doing that. I don't have a bow. Rats. Oh! Hold on. Gonna wait for this guy to breathe fire again. Now, one thing to do is to look around. Sometimes you can trigger these by jumping up on them or rolling into them and stuff like that. And there'll be like a shelf up in this area. There's not on this one, but... No. It works on any fully mechanical gargoyles. So it works on those little imps. It works on the gargoyle imps. It works on the guardians, which are the big cat things with a staff and the tail. And it works on the big giant golems that either have that moonblade or the bow. Works on all of those. Ah, bad timing. Uh-oh. Watch this. Now you have to be super careful how you do this. There we go. Now they're fighting. Ha ha! Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Thank you for the follow. There he is. So the currently working a level 9 character. I know the description says otherwise. So I'm probably pretty close to out of those. Yeah, I have less than, I think I have 24 left, and 10 of them are in the bank. So one of the reasons that I tell people that you really should be playing the game, this is what I'm talking about. I've done this enough that it's not like a big mystery to me. But I think it's when people run past everything and they skip stuff and they do all of that, all they're doing is passing hold on. All they're doing is missing on the opportunity to learn how to do these things, like guard counters, using a shield. You're just kind of missing on all those things. And I'm not sure why someone would want to do that. So is this one a straight shot? Hold on. I want to check and see. If this is a straight shot down, I'll go up and camp and come back. I think it is. Watching another streamer I follow get BTA by concert redone. What's BTA? What's... Sorry. I don't know what that actually means. A little extra health will help. Oh, it's one of those cats. Alright, so those things that I'm using also work on the Guardians. If I'd known it was... I should have summoned the wolves. I rolled that. Nope. Nope. Oh, I made a mistake. Ow! I hate these guys. Nope. Oh. Oi. Ow. Oh! Sorry, focus time. Belt to ass. Alright, that's funny. That's funny. Belt to ass. Ah! I like that. Oh my god, this is so funny. For those that don't know, I help with a cheerleading team as a coach. And last night I was with that team, and there were a couple of them that were standing around. These are senior age girls, and they were standing, and boys, and they were standing around looking at a phone, and they kept saying, there was like this picture where one girl is saying, "This guy's totally cute," and another one's like going, "Dude, he's ugly." And then another one's like going, "Yeah, I don't get it. His face is all messed up." It's like saying all this stuff, whatever. It doesn't. I mean, it's they're just razzing each other, right? And they're like, "Coach, what do you think?" They show me the picture, and I'm like, and I'm just feeding into the energy, so I'm just like, "Dude, his face is chopped." They lost it because I use the lingo. I find that hilarious. What kills me is how like what a terrible amount of runes I got for beating that. But it at least got me here. So one of the things I'm wondering is, can I turn up my own sword? I can, but I don't have enough smithing stones now. I need 4. I only had one. I only had two. Alright. Yeah, I know. Here's the crazy thing. I think I can level again. Yeah, look at that. I'm still below 1,000 for leveling. What do I need to level? I think I need health. I wonder now if I can... Let's see. Let's see if I can do this guy now. I wanted to get that, that summon, the rot dog, to help. Until I beat this guy, I don't think that I can upgrade him. Let's see if I can make this work. And that's funny, I can make frost grease, but there's no way in hell that I have what I need. I don't have the rimmed crystal bud. Let's see. Oi! There. See how he's got rot on him now? That's the dog. And that rot will absolutely help win this.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must run in thy veins. Tarnished.
I just showed you that. I swear. I would have sworn I just showed you that. I'll show you again. Don't sweat it. I don't even have any talismans. Now I got 2 pouches. I'll show you where to get it. It is a lot to take in. Well, thank you. So, remember the crystal tunnel? Oh, and Excel spreadsheets. Yeah. Oh, here's something else a lot of people probably don't realize. First, get this. Did you know there are steps here? Did you know that not only are there steps here, but there's a drop-off and a lip you can come down here? I did not. There, now I got a grease I can use. And you can come down here. And you can go right here. Oh, yeah. Oh, this game is for you. If you love exploring and stuff, dude, you are in the right game. Absolutely. Okay, so where the dog is, I will show you. So, remember that place that we went to, the Celia Crystal Tunnel? Alright, when you go here, which you've been to, because you said you went to Caelid early in the game, and I'm sure this is how you ended up there, because this game is cruel. Oh, hold on. I got 9,000 runes. I do not want to lose. So we're going to get some levels. We're going to get a bunch of levels. Strength. What build am I doing? Let's stick with melee. God. I haven't gained that many levels at once in, like, forever. Rot grease. Alright, I'm going to show you where the dog is, and then I'm going to switch to my high-level character again. So, once you go out of the tunnel, get on your dog, and go down here. I'm going up a little bit. See that building down there? Use the top of my helmet. That's what I used to point with. That right there. See that body right at the top of my helmet right there? That's where the dog ashes are. So run to that, grab those ashes, and then go grab that spot right there. Boop. That's the one that you want. Now, if you want to do something really dumb, there's a dog there, that's why I ran past it. If you want to do something really stupid, come up here, run through this town, do not stand still, loot anything from the ground that you can. These guys shoot tracing spells, so you want to move randomly. And you may or may not make it through. Okay? Stay way clear of that dog. Those dogs are vile. Stay way, way clear of that dog. That shack is an important part of a quest line in the game. Right there. But you don't want to mess with it right now. You never have to play with the dog, but don't risk running into it by accident here. They're faster than you are, and they'll take you out. Grab all the shit on the ground, but don't stop. That's the key. Don't stop. Get some decent runes. Come down a little bit here, and then right up here is a grace. Grab that. Camp out, reset. It is. And there's a dude right here. This character's like level... well, they were level 10 about 10 minutes ago. Now they're like level 17. This guy sells this cookbook, which I can't afford because I don't have the money for it. But more importantly, it's one of the people you can get arrows at. An infinite number. There's no limit to how many of these you can buy. If you're using crossbows, you can get flaming bolts from him. And this gear is actually not too bad. I'm not going to buy any of it, but you can get a bunch of stuff from this particular vendor. And that's worth it for this guy. This zone that you're in is a nightmare. But conveniently, this is where you can grab a map piece. And it's super easy to get. This is not my first playthrough. I'm about to switch to a level 400 character. Now, there's one more. There's a dragon up here. Don't mess with him. He will kick the shit out of you. Well, maybe not. Maybe you guys are good. So, there's a point here. Grab this. This is another cookbook. This is a dragon altar. There's 2 of them in the game. Or at least 2 easy to access ones in the game. This is one of the 2. And it's where you can learn the dragon breath spells. And then as you kill the bosses, it's when you get the message that says a new spell can be purchased, they're talking about a new one of these. And then you need dragon hearts is the currency. Obviously we don't have any of those yet. Trying to think. Yeah, I wouldn't dig any deeper through any of that stuff. All right. That's pretty funny. Oh, there's a second one, which I haven't been to yet, which I'll show you where that one is. This one's better. By the way, The Dragon Communion Temple, I think, is better. I think there's stuff that'll appear there you won't get at the other one. For what it's worth. Hold on. I want it to go this way. Lantern. The one that I was just at, the Kaled Dragon Temple, will have all the spells available. I don't think you can get all the spells at the Limgrave one. If you've ever wondered about Bach and his questline, oh, for those that are interested, since I'm here, I'll show you now. So, see this guy up here?
You don't want any...
He's the one that sells the broadsword and a cookbook. But he sells the broadsword and a bow.
All done? Well, be on your way then.
Alright, piss off to you too. So if you've ever wondered, Bach is here. Oh yeah, oh crafting. I rely on crafting late game. Oh, that's one way to handle that guy. I don't recommend jumping down into stuff. If you find yourself surrounded by guys, it's going to be a bad day. Ah! I keep forgetting that I removed... I keep forgetting that I switched to the shield. My other characters, I don't have that that Ash of War on my shield. That's the guy. By the way, if you beat up the boss mobs in an area, the little ones stop attacking you. In case you didn't know. I'm gonna die. Little secret from this area. If you don't pull the second boss, you don't have to fight him at the same time. In case you didn't know. So if you focus on the big guys, the little ones will actually not... they'll assist, but if he dies, they'll stop attacking. Oi! Oh, getting greedy. Ow, 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 ow. Peelers? I don't know what the peelers are. So I don't know the answer to that question. Alright, so I'm going to... Oh, Godskin peelers. No. There we go. Oh. Alright, so I'm finishing the run through the tunnel because I'm showing everyone where the other dragon temple is. This is the first one typically that people find. Is this one? Alright. I forget, is there a lootable in here? Or is it just the temple? So see how there's only 3 here? The other one had more? Yeah, this is like a lesser Dragon Communion temple. I seem to remember there being something lootable somewhere here. Maybe not. Come on. Maybe this is what I'm remembering. So this is telling you about the other Draconic Temple. Far to the east. So now I'm facing east, and I look at the map. And if you follow this line, right, it's up here. There is the other Dragon Communion Temple, far to the east. Pretty cool, huh? There it is. That's what I was looking for. I'm sure it's nothing, but... Exalted Flesh. Yeah, it's nothing. Alright, Oh, back to Bach. Alright, so that's this cave here. Nope. That was not that cave right there. I don't think so. I think I just went to the wrong one. Yep, I went to the wrong one. This cave. Here. This gets me back to Bach. Wolves.
Oh.
With one exception. The jellyfish is a good support caster for range attack.
Wait. You got it.
But here's the thing. Upgrade them. Oh, all of this came back down to the whole thing.
What made you my mum? And that's I always...
So you give him the needle and thread,
I always want...
and then you can go to him to do any tailoring that you need. I never do it, other than completion purposes. Alright. So, why I did all of this. To get to the point where I can do this. Why I was doing it. Back to the Table of Lost Grace and the Round Table Hold. And now, there she is. Talk to her.
My name isn't this the round table. I never knew, although I'm still looking. I'm still looking.
So she's looking for a purpose. Go to Hewig, and he says about Roderica.
She's crazy. She has it. I saw in her eye.
Okay, so he says that there's something to her. Go back to her.
I'm still looking.
Looking for a purpose. Blacksmith says you might have a purpose.
I'll ask certainly. I know I can tell. I suppose I'll ask Master Hugh.
Ask him to teach me.
I'll ask
All right. Played that conversation out. Now back to this guy.
No matter.
Lay out your arms about her. What does she want? What girl? She'll never agree. I'm old. Leave. Talk to her. I think you don't need to talk to her again, but I do it anyway.
If I do, I suppose I should try.
There we go. Finish the conversation out.
I suppose I should. I'll ask Matt.
Yep. So her. Okay. Camp. Come back. She's gone. And now she's over here.
Good to see you again. I have you to thank. I can happily. I'm as yet. But and if there's I certain Roderica.
And now you can upgrade your ashes. I want to upgrade this guy. I don't have any Grave Glort 2s, but hey, what can I say? There's no reason for me to, like, hold on to these. So I'm going to upgrade the dogs, and I'm going to upgrade the Wandering Noble ashes. These guys are funny. You'd think that they're utterly useless, but it turns out they're not. The jellyfish is not one that I'm actually willing to, that I'm going to upgrade. You use it in a quest line later, so you're going to, there's no reason to upgrade it. And that's, hold on.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arm.
Yeah, no strengthening. So there we go. Okay. There are no ashes that are truly useless. It is a question of the utility that they provide. In the very early game, the wolves knock into bosses a bunch, and they break their stances and can ultimately knock them down so you can crit them. That's the main value in the wolves. And because they're constantly attacking, bosses tend to pay attention to them, so they give you a chance as a caster, for example, to land spells. And if you're careful about it, you can actually just keep landing spells until either the dogs are dead or the boss is dead. That's a question of how that's done. It's really gradations of the usefulness of particular ashes. Big Mouth Imp. I would never use Big Mouth Imp, for example, which is a DLC ash. I would never use that except on one of the hardest fights in the game against Millennia. They are actually amazing. Every other boss, they're utterly useless. But against Millennia, they actually keep her knocked down like for half the fight, which is a huge boon as long as you play smart. The opposite of that would be another DLC ash, Telu. Oh, here. Going back to my high-level character. Oh, no. Yes. Telu. Hands down, one of the best ashes in the game against almost every single boss. Like, if you're using him to help you, if you're trying to use him to solo the entire game for you, which people do, he's not so good because he doesn't do enough damage. But he really pisses stuff off, and he has like 90% damage mitigation. He's super easy to heal because he doesn't have a lot of hit points, which is actually a good thing. Yeah, Telu. Hold on. I'll show you. Telu the Blacksmith. It's obscene how good he is as a summon. Alright, let's see. Hold on, where am I at in the game? Alright. For purposes of doing something interesting, let's go down there. So, Telu you have to get from the DLC. So if you don't have the DLC, Telu's not going to work out very well. Because you can't get to him. And I can't show you, I don't have the map to bring up. Because I haven't gone to the DLC yet. But on the map in the DLC, he's up in the far north. Let me... I'll show you at least so you know for the future. But you're... I need a character that's actually done... let me see. I'm out of coffee. Alright, Telu is here. Just for future. Lots of people that have come onto my feed, even people that have played the game a whole bunch, don't know about Telu. He's up here in this Telu's Rune Forge. And getting there is a whole different thing, but this is where Telu is in this spot. Alright, let me go back. Alright, base game. I don't like Mimic very much, except in later playthroughs, when you get up high enough level, Mimic becomes one of the only usable ones, because everyone, when you're in like playthrough 6, 7, and 8, the bosses hit so damn hard and your ashes haven't gotten any more powerful. So they just die really fast. It's the NG number. The level itself is certainly helpful. But here's the thing, if you're a caster and you summon your Mimic who's also a caster, who's tanking? Right? One of you is still a caster and you're going to be tanking. So that's always been my issue with Mimic. Okay. So, excellent base game Ashes. Mimic is excellent, no question. Tish. The problem is you can't get Tish until very late in the game. But Tish is one of the best summons in your first playthrough, hands down. Lutel the Headless is probably the best early to mid-game summon that you can easily get. Oga, excellent early to mid-game summon. The difficult thing about these is they have a very high FP cost, which means that you have to do something to have enough FP to summon them. What else? Omen Killer, another great one. Ingval is a popular one. Marionette Soldiers is, in my opinion, one of the best first playthrough summons in the game. I feel very strongly about this, actually. It is an incredibly powerful summon if you play it correctly. They are not tanks, but they do a massive damage and stance management. So, because they constantly... Oh, the Skeletal Soldiers? Yeah, that's why I have level 10. They're very handy. But you have to be careful what fights. They're very special purpose. So, the deal with the Marionette Soldiers is this. Every time, as you're breaking the poise of a creature, right? It's a bar that gets knocked down as you're hitting it, and it recharges when it's not being hit. the marionette soldiers are constantly hitting whatever creatures that they're hitting. And as a result, they're constantly preventing that stance bar from refilling. Right? So it makes it much, much easier to break poise. The problem is they also tend to keep the attention of bosses. But their worst effect is they don't follow you around, unlike the rest of the ashes. They just stand there. So you have to bring everything to them. Some people also really like some of these soldier ashes with the shields. They tend to be good. They just put their shield up and they can take a beating. But when you get to the bosses that do massive AoE effects, they just tend to get chewed up really bad. Oh, Dung Eater. Hands down best summon in the game. In the base game. But you got to do all the questing necessary to get Dung Eater as a puppet. But the Dung Eater puppet, awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Super early game, you can pick up Nephili Lu. Yeah, Dung Eater. Here, it's on the screen. Absolutely. Check this out. Dung Eater is an absolute beast of a summon. Watch this dude go to work. Now, mind you, this is low-level stuff, right? So, but watch the effects and stuff that he does. So he's got a Sword of Milos. Look at that. Look at this guy. Look at this. Now I'm waiting for him. He has another effect that he does. Yeah. Any crits. Jump attacks. I'm telling you, this guy's a beast. He does bleed buildup. You saw the bleed buildup on that guy? Now I'm waiting for him. He has another effect that he does. I'm hoping that he does it. He has two different spells he casts. One is his sword. Oh, no, he is a good Ash. There. Now, there. See that effect that he just did? Now, everything that got hit by that effect takes more damage. And that works for you too. So if he's on a boss fight and he does that to the boss, boss takes extra damage. I'm telling you, man, this guy's a monster. And he gets it set up for you. Hee hee hee. Oh yeah, he's a beast. Look at that. Now again, these are low-level guys, so it's not like, you know, he's... But if there's any summon that you have that's going to solo, it's that guy. He's a monster. Alright, so... I'll show you a couple others. Here is Telu. Okay, Dung Eater. You have to get the quest line, Ronnie's quest line, to the point where Saluvius gives you his quest. Do not advance Ronnie's quest line any further. Once Saluvius gives you the quest to give the potion to Nephili Lu, stop advancing Ronnie's quest line. If you advance her quest line too far, Saluvius dies, and you're locked out of everything. 1. 2. Do not give the potion to Nephili Lu. If you give it to anyone besides Dung Eater, you won't have it anymore. You only get one per playthrough. So don't give it to Gideon. Don't give it to Nephili Lu. Hold on to it. Go to the capital. Talk to Dung Eater in Round Table Hold. Talk to Dung Eater in the capital. He'll tell you where to go. Go into the capital. Find him in there. Get to Dung Eater. Do the whole conversation with Dung Eater. Get him released so he ends up out in the world. Go to his invasion. Kill him in his invasion. Go back to where he is in the jail. He'll be strapped to a chair. Then you can give him the potion. Once you're done with all of that, you're still not done with the Saluvius part. You then have to go back to Saluvius's area and up about here, give or take, you'll find a secret entrance that goes underground in one of those buildings. Wander around in that area, like look at the puppets, you find Saluvius's puppets, then go back talk to Saluvius. This is a long quest, so you're probably going to want to YouTube it or read the wiki page. Talk to Saluvius. He's going to bitch at you about all that stuff, and you went into his home and all that. He's fine, then maybe I'll have you in on it. He'll tell you to go find me the Amber Shard. The Amber Shard is... in this pocket right here, which you get to through this little entrance. It's right about there. Grab that, go back to him, blah, blah, chat some more. He'll sell you one of 2 puppets. Buy the cheapest puppet. It doesn't matter which one you buy. Whichever one costs the least star shards. That's the money you spend with him. Buy that puppet. Go and use that puppet. Just go here. Go to this spot right here. Summon it. Doesn't matter what you do with it. Just play with him for a minute. Go back to Saluvius. Have a conversation. You got to follow through a bunch of conversations with Saluvius. And then after all is said and done, you should be able to either buy Dung Eater from him or buy Dung Eater from PETA. I don't remember which. Again, the guide should tell you. And that guy is here. You leave his thing. You jump down onto the buildings here. Make your way. There's a special way to get down. You go through an entrance. And then there's a guy down there named PETA that you can talk to. But you have to not do Ronnie's quest line. Or Rena's quest line, if you prefer. You can't do her quest line until you've done all of this. It's worth it, though. Dung Eater is hands down just the best summon you can get. Early to mid-game, you can't get him till mid-game. You can get Nephili Lu as a summon really early in the game, if you know how to do it. And she is fucking powerful early game. You can just watch her solo bosses for you. It's really obscene. Oh, in my opinion, he's way better than Mimic. Way better. Again, Mimic is only as good as the character that you've made. So if you're doing a tank build, the Mimic that you summon is a tank, which means you have 2 tanks fighting the boss. What you need to do, when you get high level, Mimic gets really good because you can be simultaneously a tank and a caster. So what you do is you put your tank weapons in your hands, you summon your Mimic, then you switch to your caster weapons in your hands, and you do your casting stuff while your Mimic does tanking stuff. But that's like later in the game. Much later in the game. I know this, by the way, this is a hot take. This is not a popular opinion. Most people will tell you that Mimic is the best one in the game, and if it's not that, it's Tish. They're wrong. I would take fully maxed out Marionette soldiers in most fights. I would take Dung Eater in most fights. I would take Taylu in most fights. The only fight where Taylu is absolutely useless is Malekith the Black Blade. Because that destined death that he does, that fire effect, absolutely tears through Taylu because it goes right through his armor. Walter White. That's fair. Alright, Taylu, watch this. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. There's my big boy. Look at this guy. Now, here's the thing about Taylu. Hold on, let me heal myself. Here's the thing about Taylu. I want to see him get some damage. Yeah, Dung Eater's good against everything. He is an excellent tank. Ah! So the dude blew his horn. Hold on. Alright, this just makes me mad. Ah! Ah! I wasn't paying attention. Wait. I want to. There's something about Telu I want you to see. So keep in mind, he's got like 8 dudes beating on him right now. That's the key with Telu. Is the damage that he can take. If you had 8 people beating on you all at once, you're gone. God, how many runes did I dump? Like 900,000? 600,000. All right. All right, so I'm going to get a little golden vow in here. So he's got golden vow on him. Watch this guy. Look at that. He does this to bosses too. He actually he can keep Millennia locked. It's pretty funny. Yes. Assuming he survives the first phase, he'll be alive in the second phase. So look, he's even got knocked. They still are barely doing any damage to him. Now, watch his health bar. Right? So I've got heal from afar. Look at that. See that health bar? Full health. So Telu has a massive damage mitigation. He has like 90% damage reduction, which is why they're not, unless you hit that little tiny spot in the middle of his back, by the way. If you ever want to know, look at his back. There's a little diamond shape that's red. If you hit him there, you do full damage. Really? Whoops. Whoops. Look at that. Look at how much health he gets from that. Yeah. Well, I mean, to a degree, yes. Yeah. But what notice, they're not paying attention to me. Right? All the healing that I'm doing, he is really good at pissing stuff off. Really good. And as a result, he'll keep the boss's attention. And so you can sit there, and as long as you are dedicated to getting him healed, you can then throw spells to do damage while he's doing what he's doing. Telu's freaking awesome. Alright, so let's see. By contrast, let me go to... Hell, I'll do Mimic. So I'm going to make a point to summon Mimic with melee weapon. Right? I do extreme damage. I want to make sure that I get the Mimic summoned close enough. So, Mimic's damage, unquestionable, right? Looks just like me when I play. Now, here's the problem. Watch his health bar. Boop. Tiny little bit. 2, 3. Just to heal the top 25%, I needed 3 heal spells. Telu was healed from like 30% to full with 2. It's because your Mimic has a ton of hit points. The heal doesn't get bigger because you're hitting a creature with more hit points. It does a certain number of points. So I'd much rather have a mob with like 90% damage reduction and 100 hit points than one with 10% damage and 900 hit points. Because it'll take me 1,000,000 spells to heal him, which eats all my FP. It's way more FP efficient for me to use a creature. Hold on, let's get this. I want to get this Mimic actually involved in a fight. This guy'll summon all the other helpers. There's my Mimic. These guys dogpile me. I'm so dead. So, see how the Mimic's got them all surrounded in there, right? Look how quickly it's going down. And my heal barely touches him. Unquestionably more damage, right? But here's the thing. Whoop. I don't really need him to do the damage. I've got spells for that. I'd be much better off with Telu, who keeps them all pissed off. Yeah. So I think you can kind of see sort of the... Again, this is a stupid area to show like any significant, real stuff. But he's really good at keeping bosses pissed off. And then, let's see. Let's go back down here. All right, I'm going to show you Big Mouth Imp. This dude's funny. Now, Millennia is really the one to show it on, but... I know I've got it. Where is it? There it is. Big Mouth Imp. Dude, this guy's hilarious. Now again, the problem is keeping him healed. So again, even this guy does not get... He's one of the more fragile ones. He's a glass cannon, no pun intended. Oh! Hey. There, did you see him? He just finally got a shot off. Oh no. Oh, that was him. He's pretty close to useless, except on the Millennia fight, where he is not useless. So, with a single mob... Is he still chasing? Alright. He is. Sure you want to play that game? I don't think you do. I don't think that was a smart play. So... on Millennia and other big bosses, or other small body bosses, he will knock them down every shot. And it is hilarious to watch. Trying to think if there's a good place. Just trying to think if there's a good place for me to show that. Not one that won't take a minute to get to. Yeah, nobles, they're useless. I mean, again, if as long as the boss is not healing from him like Millennia, then at least with the nobles, they might do some damage before they die. So, useless? Yeah, pretty much. But not exactly useless, you know what I mean? I think that guy needs a lozenge. So the dragon in Caelid, I mean, I usually summon something like the, marionette soldiers, for example. If I want to be the one that plays with a dragon at its feet and then have them shoot the dragon, but then you have to have the ability to get rot off of yourself because that's what his breath weapon does. Or the alternative is use something like Telu, who's going to pretty much ignore rot. The damage it does is not consequential because of his damage reduction. And then the he tanks the dragon while you sit far away and huck spells at it. And keep in mind, I mean, Rock Sling is a fantastic spell still. The problem with Rock Sling is that its damage doesn't scale up very well because it's straight physical. And you don't typically get good ramp up in scaling from physical damage. I have a lozenge here. So I don't know that. Yeah, I would probably typically summon a tanky type and then just do damage from afar. That's probably the route that I would go. Mighty shot. I didn't do any of this, by the way. I skipped all of this. So I'm doing it now. I'm going to use the Big Mouth Imp on the boss at the end of this instance. By the way. Where's that shot? There it is. Hey, Junior King. Oh, come on. Couldn't even get him dropped. Oh, Mackenzie, you're still here. All right. Watch what I do. I'm going to show you a couple tricks. So if you know that you're going to keep dying and ending up back in a spot, I'm going to show you something you can do with a lift that's really handy to save you some time and some headache. So, first thing is this. Walk over to the switch, build it up, and then see how I stuttered backwards? This is just something to get used to doing, right? So here's what you do. The whole reason to do this is just a super utilitarian thing. There's no magic here, right? Watch what happens from here when I run. Wait for it to finish, let the button go up, and then just run over. Sends it right back down again. This is not magic. I mean, you could go back and make a point to walk back over it and all that, right? But by doing it that way, you just walk over it, sends it back down. You're going to die 17 times like I did my first playthrough, probably more like 100. It's down there waiting for you the next time. So it's that whole like walking up to the lever and waiting thing. You bypass all of that. First thing. Second thing is pick a good summon. This is a good place for wolves, by the way. I'm going to pick the Big Mouth Imp because this guy's just funny as hell to watch. This is a DLC summon, by the way. Okay, so I'll show you what to do. Have a bow equipped. Stand far back. Target each one of these guys. Right, put your bow up. Shoot one arrow. Get your regular weapons back up. And let your imp... So funny. Let whatever it is that you summoned help you do the work. Pull your bow back out. Shoot. And then just wait for them to show up. Wolves will attack. You're probably going to use wolves. I would definitely say use wolves on this one. The three of them, not the rot guy. The rot guy for later, but not the three of them. So I'm not going to keep cycling through, but you're going to do the same thing. Use your bow, tag one of the guys, get them to run one at a time. Now, I'm just going to clear these guys out really quick. This is the weapon. Now, once you're done clearing this area, make sure to pick up all of these butterflies. You're going to want them later. Even if you don't use them at the beginning. God, I love that Big Mouth Imp. Look at this guy. Oh! So for these dogs, you can do the same thing. Tag one with a bow, and then just cycle through them. I'm clearing this stuff just to get past it. But I'll show you the order in which you really want to do this stuff. Okay. There are 2 dogs parked up in this area. If you're careful... Oh, sometimes the fights that are going on up there... See that guy? There's a fight going on up there. Sometimes they'll spill out and fall down here. Leave them alone until you're done clearing everything else. Then you can attack them, and it'll reduce what you have to do later. So, you can use your bow to draw that one guy out. Having a pack of these dogs attacking is like a nightmare. I know I'm making it look easier than it will be. I'm just trying to kind of give you an idea. Now, there's one more dog back in that corner. All that for Smithing Stone 2. So you can hear that fight. That's all up there. See the little blood splatter? Alright. For this big guy, yeah, just draw the dogs out. Use your bow. Headshots do more damage. Just focus on doing that. Loot all of this crap. I would suggest going this way first. I'll show you why. There's actually some cool... You'll lose your summon. That's fine. Go this way first. And there's a Zweihander? No, Claymore in here. Now, there's going to be a fight up here. You do not need to interfere. Let them beat on each other, then join in. Again, high level. I'm making it look way easier than it is. Right? Make sure to check that you have your FP. Don't, like, climb up here and be like, oh, crap, I'm out of FP. I can't, you know, whatever. Do I have a shield that I can use? I do. Alright, so again, don't... They're fighting? Let them. If you want to join in, pick one of the wing guys, kill them. So this is... You can jump in. You can absolutely jump in if you really want to. Don't recommend it. I would absolutely let them damage each other. Again, I'm using DLC stuff. I'm super high level for this. Like I said, just take your time. That's the key. Now, kill the one. But if you have your misery cord... Oh, nope, I got his attention. Never mind. You can use your misery cord for a backstab. What's here is actually a decent torch, but it's super heavy. But it actually has... Its effect is you can blow fire. Which is kind of cool. Looties. I'm showing you the full clear, and again, I acknowledge I'm way over level for this. I know it's going to look way easier than it actually is. So, from here, you can actually drop down, but you've got this guy, which you can pull out your bow and start playing with him. If you come up that ladder, which is the typical way, is the point of my spear right there, that ladder, that guy's just going to immediately charge, so just be ready for it. That's all. Have whatever weapon, shield, whatever it is that you're going to use, have that all handy for that charge. Those guys are vile, by the way. They hit really hard. Alright. When you get to here... If you have the ability, do some buffing, because this next part actually gets a little bit sketchy. I have a heal spell that's a huge heal, so I'm going to use it. Pull out your bow, and you can pull these guys one at a time. If you can, try and get a headshot in. Little extra damage. Shield, sword, whatever you get. Now, there's a couple more of those. Do the same thing. Get your bow out. If you can, shoot him in the head. And by the way, these guys shoot these feathers. Don't approach them because you don't want to trigger an extra guy. I'm going to bypass the time it takes. There's one more of them. Again, I'm just going to hit the guy. Oh, there. Ah. Now, you can go down over on this side to get that thing that's against the wall over there, I'm going to skip it just for time. If you go down this way, you'll find the boss guy, the friendly boss is up there. You know what? Hold on. Looks like this fight, they all fell over. Yep. So see how they're fighting down there now? Remember when I said they can fall over? They did. Be careful navigating this area. You might consider punching stuff. Here's the guy. Earlier, there was a place you could talk to his daughter. You can talk to him.
Edgar, you can see. The menial, they gave me good foul. I'm sorry, but whatever. Take this. Now then, away with you. No reason. Now you no reason.
All right. If you got the daughter's message, you can tell him that. It's a tragedy. Spoiler alert. Now, here's the thing. It's good to do everything that I just did in one run through if you can, or at least go back and do it again until you clear all the parts that you want. Because once you hop this wall, however it is that you get here, this is a one-way trip. You can't go from here back over. So you're stuck on this side of the wall now. So keep that in mind. When you're coming down, you want to drop this side at least once so that you can pick up this item. Another stone sword key. You're going to need lots of those on your first playthrough. Now, interesting fact. None of these guys are going to attack you. You can move in here, watch out above. You can get that pickled turtleneck if you really want it. You can ignore all of these guys. But you don't want to ignore that guy. Whoops. That guy up there. And again, just for expediency. Ah, come on. These guys are obnoxious. Just get into the fight. Don't forget the butterflies. Go up here, there's an item to loot. Otherwise, ignore this guy. If you've already gotten this item, ignore that guy. Unless you want the runes, right? I'm an advocate for actually clearing places so that you get the runes for doing it. When you're lower level, obviously. Item here. And this is a talisman. Is this the one that I think it's for the full set of attacks? Yeah, enhances final hit of chain attack. So if you're like doing the whole swing, 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 like that, that last one will get an extra bump. So if you're using a smaller weapon that hits a whole bunch, that's a good one to use. If you're getting all your attacks in. If you're jousting, you're just running up, hit, and then run away, doesn't do you anything. Alright, jump over here. Make sure you hit the roof. Go over the edge. That ball you're hearing is health. So if you need to health pot, careful, there is a gap you can hit if you're not careful. Now, I'm actually going to show you the worst part of this. So keep doing all of this. Now, do not jump. Just walk off the edge. Here's the deal. This area down here is filled with rats. And they're a massive pain in the ass. The door that you want to hit is right there. That doorway right over in there. Just watch that rat down there. And when it clears, if you want to do it this way, it may not clear. If it clears like this, just run straight for the door out and around the corner. Tap this. That way, even if they kill you, you at least respawn here, right? Now, there are items in here. Whoops. Whip. interesting weapon to play with. Alright. That is the boss fight, which you probably, if you've been there, that's the boss fight right there. You do not, you can drop right off here, by the way. I suggest killing this guy. Those damn feathers. How did that not hit that guy? Uh-oh. Ha! Alright. I actually hit something I didn't mean to. I just pissed off the, whatchamacallits. Aw, come on. Yep, I made one of the jellyfish mad. Alright. Now I can't jump down without getting attacked by a jellyfish. That's a big oops. You said you like exploring, Mackenzie, so... this area has some exploration. You can go around here, and there's an item around the corner. There's one over there. There's a little slit you can go into right there. There's stuff back there. Alright, he's done being mad. Alright, boss fight. Which is the whole reason why I came here. No. If they're red, that's when they'll attack. I accidentally hit one of them, which is why that was a thing. Alright, so... Golden Vow... what else do I want to do? Heal from afar. Hold on. Alright, let me do that again. Golden Vow. Howl. No, I'm going to use Big Mouth Imp. I want to watch this dude. Watch what he does. Boom. Knocks his ass down. Boom. Knocks him down again. This is the same thing he does to Millennia. Boom. Knocks him down again. He does this to Millennia. So this Ash is garbage against almost every boss, except against a boss like Millennia. So the trick, which is why I'm doing it this way, is to get so that the Big Mouth Imp is on the other side. Oh, hold on. And the reason is, you want this guy to pay attention to you. You get him between you two, so he keeps knocking him down. It's hilarious. So, Big Mouth Imp, it is one of the very, very hyper-specialized ashes. So, like, on certain fights, this guy is a badass. All right. Another one is, let's go back out to here. Oh yeah, no, seriously, it's fun to watch that particular one do his work. Oh. Pardon me while I pretend like I'm going to get some revenge on this guy. How did that not hit him? And the horse that he rode in on. Ha ha! Got him. Check that out. I want that horse. What the heck? Oh yeah, totally. That's fine. How do you get who? The Knight Rider guy? Or Big Mouth Imp? Big Mouth Imp is in the DLC. Oh, hold on. Marionette soldiers. Yeah, Big Mouth Imp is in the DLC. So I'm going to set up with the marionette soldiers for this next one. Yeah, first playthrough... Well, you can do Millennia after the DLC, right? She's an optional boss. So you can wait to do her until you have one of the other ones. Tehlu... So, Tehlu's an interesting one against Millennia. He's really good at holding threat. And if you're an incantation build, there's some pretty cool stuff that you can do against Millennia with Tehlu. The problem is that he's also a sponge. And so she gets a ton of health off of him. So your DPS has to be extra high against her, or she just keeps healing herself on him while you're doing damage and healing him. So it's... Tehlu against Millennia is kind of a tough bet. At lower ones it works pretty well, but at higher levels it doesn't work so well. Alright, so here's the fundamental, the advantage and the flaw. When they see something to go after, they will. Now watch the health meter move. Now the problem is that they take a ton of damage. But that's healable. But here's the thing. Once they start going to town on this guy... Oh, missed. I wasn't supposed to spin. Look at that. So while he's paying attention to one, the other one's blasting him with arrows. Then he turns around. Telling you, these guys are actually really good. With healing, they soloed him. Now they're trying to shoot at that guy. Anyway. Marionettes. I just went here for the marionette soldiers, that's all. Alright, Alright, let's see. I'm not going to do the rest of that. So, what was I in the middle of? I got Radon. I didn't get Radon yet. I'm ready to get Radon. Don't care about Volcano Manor. Not yet, anyway. Do I want to do Radon yet? What do you think? What's my next goal? I don't think you can summon a Spirit Ash against Radon. Or do you mean Consort Radon? Consort Radon, Telu. First playthrough, Telu. That's my opinion. Telu does a really good job of keeping him pissed off, and he can't be grabbed, right? He can't pick up Telu and pick it. He can do that to your Mimic, but he can't do it to Telu. So he's immune to that effect, and he takes a beating. Now, 5th, 6th, 7th playthrough, Telu takes a lot of damage, and it takes a lot more of your mana to get him healed up. But first playthrough, Telu. That would be my call. Telu keeps him mad. It's really easy then for you to do whatever you need to do to damage him at the same time. And you can toss healing in. It's really easy to get the buff spells on him. That's my thing. If not Telu, then Dung Eater. But with Dung Eater, healing him's a lot harder. But Dung Eater also increases your damage against the boss, which is a good thing. Against Rykard, I don't think it matters. They give you this... So the trick with Rykard is to take the Serpent Staff and level it to 10. And then that thing leveled up to 10, Rykard's... He's super easy. Gaius. Summon for Gaius? I mean, I can't do Gaius right now. I'm not even in the DLC. What was I going to work on? Let's go do Radon. Bale. Ooh. Alright, that's an interesting one. I'm tempted to say Telu for the same reason. I've also used the twins, or the sisters. Here. Jolan and Anna is a good one against Bale. The problem is they're a little bit fragile, so his breath weapon does a ton of damage. You can use Ancient Dragon Florisax. Telu. Mimic is actually not bad, assuming you've set yourself up to survive the fight. Notice, no blade. So one drawback is the fact that I did all of that, and I killed Blade before I got here. I don't have Blade to help me with Radon. Wait. Getting a phone call. I have company coming over shortly, so I'm going to have to bounce. I thought... Oh, here we go.
At last. Brave Chess celebration was spectacular. General Radahn is surely pleased. Festering with rot and crippled by madness, all he wanted was an honorable death. Finally, my work is done.
I guess I did beat it.
I'm no longer bound to this fortress. I have a task in old business. May we meet again. It's time. May we meet again.
I guess I did beat it. That's weird. But...
It's time. May we meet again if the fates deign it.
Wait a minute. I had to have beaten him. But... Did I forget? Maybe I forgot to tap the... Oh. I beat him. Sorry, I thought maybe that was last playthrough. Hold on. I am not farting around with this one. Yeah, I don't have the grace. The funny thing is I have the War Dead Catacombs. Alright, hold on. Let's do Telu. And let's buff. Alright, Telu, do your thing. There he goes. Ow! That's what I get for screwing around. That's what I get for screwing around. Ah! Alright. That's 100% on me. I farted around and then I found out. Not the one I meant to use. Oh no. Did you drink, for crying out loud? So see how Telu's just keeping this guy mad that whole time? I'm beating him with the spells and Telu's still keeping him mad. That is what I like about Telu. It's even crazier. There's a Grace right around the corner. Heal. All right. I'm going to have to call it. I got people coming over. So you all have a fantastic rest of your day and evening. And I will look forward to streaming some more next time around. Thank you so much. Like and follow all the things. And I will see y'all later. Oh, you're welcome, Mackenzie. Anytime. Please come back. Be awesome, everybody.